Before we start, may I please remind everyone to change your names into the required format. That is your LGU name underscore your full name. If you are experiencing technical difficulties, please don't hesitate to chat any of the CDD technical team so we may be able to assist you. Thank you and have a good day. Once again, before we start, may I please remind everyone to change your names into the required format. That is your LGU name underscore your full name. If you are experiencing technical difficulties, please don't hesitate to chat any of the CDD technical team so we will be able to assist you. Thank you. A pleasant morning again, everyone. This is Kyla Tionko from the Capacity Development Division, and I will be your facilitator for this entire virtual learning session. Before we start, may I ask our Zoom participants to please give us a quick thumbs up just to be certain that you can hear us crystal clear. Thank you very much for your responses. To start, let us begin with an opening prayer. Let us put ourselves. Father, we praise you for this event and your purpose for it. We know that when we gather together, we always have a divine agenda. We love you for that, Father, that even when we have done what you have asked, the efforts or the results are so much greater than we could ever have imagined. Our prayer today is that your will be done through this training. Take what we have prepared and multiply our efforts as only you can. Steer our intentions to align with your righteous will. Remind us of your faithful provision when our efforts fail us or fall short. May all glory go up to you when we reach the finish line and climb over benchmarks. Blanket us with your peace today, Father. Keep us physically safe and guard our hearts and minds from pride and selfishness. Keep love at the forefront of our minds today and the guiding light for all we set out to accomplish and celebrate. In Jesus' name, amen. Once again, this is your facilitator, Kyla Tiongco, and welcome to the third day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Government Procurement Reform Act, or RA 9184, and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations brought to you by none other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Before we dive into today's topic, allow me to announce the early bird awardees for today. Congratulations to the early bird winners from LGU Aringay, Miss Annabel Camacho, and from LGU Don Carlos Bukidnon, Mr. and Miss Hershey Flores. Congratulations again, ma'am and sir. Our event secretariat shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special token within the course of our program. Just a quick reminder to all our Zoom participants, please don't forget to register your attendance through the Google form link to be provided by our event secretariat. Just a quick recap again of today's or yesterday's learning activity. We had a very productive session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. This was led, of course, by our resource speaker, Director Imelda Sila Seras. After this session, I hope we now have a profound and increased appreciation of the importance of conducting proper procurement planning before we proceed to procuring our different projects. Kasi we will now be delving deeper into the actual bidding procedures as will be discussed in today's session. Today, we will be having another exciting and productive learning session on the standard bidding procedures on goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. Because we will be having a meaty and lengthy discussion this morning, it is imperative for us to properly stretch our muscles so that we will be prepared to absorb more learnings today. At dahil 81 days na lang before Christmas, this energizer is a tribute to one of the most used tracks during our Christmas parties. So let us open our cameras and let us get our groove on.
All right, so this is probably by far one of the best Christmas songs of all time. So you're gonna have your feet shoulder width apart. You can either bring your foot in to the inside of your foot and then back out again, or if you wanna take it up a notch, cross it behind your front foot and bring it back out. We're gonna have one other cool move today. We're gonna call it a clam, and that's where your feet are together and you place your hands on your knees. You're going to open up and you're going to close them back together so we can work those abductors and adductors. But overall, have fun. Go at your own pace. We're going to have a really good time. I have my beautiful little elves with me, and we're going to show you guys what we want for Christmas is for you to have a great workout. Gotta wait for those bells to come in. We're going to start with that in and out on one side. Let's begin. In, out. In, out. Change sides. In, out. Change sides, add the arm. Cross, in. Cross, in, out. In, change sides. In, out. 4 kicks. Here we go. 4, 3, 2 to the side. Side, side. 4 kicks. 4, 3, 2 to the side. Point out your loved one. Hand side to side. From the top. In, out. In, out. In, out. In, change sides. In, out. Change sides, add the arm. In, out. Good. Change sides. We have those 4 kicks coming up. 4, 3, 2, side to side. Kick. Side to side. Point them out. Point. Point. Easy side to side. Push your way. Push. 3, 2. Go to those clams. Out, in. Out, in. Good. Out, in. Push your way. Push.
Recording in progress.
In, out. In, out. Good. Change sides. In, out. Change sides at the arm. Cross. Change sides. Cross. Hold here. Easy march. We're going to point. Side to side. Point it out. 4, 3, 2, 1. Wave. Keep that core tight for me. Staying it out. Merry Christmas from Chair One Fitness, and we're your
Ayan, advance Merry Christmas po sa ating lahat. And I think we are all ready to go straight ahead with the meat of this virtual event. And that is our lecture proper. So with that, it is with joy to introduce you this session's resource speaker. Engineer Christopher Y. Ursal is currently the Director 2, Service Chief for Technical Services of the Commission on Audit Regional Office 7. He also has 36 years of service in COA and has served as the head of the Back Secretariat of the COA Regional Office 7 from 2012 to 2015. He is currently serving as back member of the same office. Joining us today, the Director 2 of the Commission on Audit Regional Office 7 and a GPPB recognized speaker, please welcome Engineer Christopher Y. Ursal.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kayla, and good morning to everyone. So,
Morning,
today,
sir.
morning. So, my topic for today will be for this day 3 of our online training is the standard bidding procedure. Okay, standard bidding procedure for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services. So, this could be a lengthy discussion because the three procurement categories are combined in this discussion, because usually only goods and infrastructure projects are combined and a separate discussion on consulting services. But now this is the three are being combined. One, di kayo maka-encounter ng mga problems sa pag-conduct ninyo ng procurement, Kasi based on my experience, I'm also I was also subjected to comments on my procurement of our projects. So it's not easy, it's not good. So it will really kanang nakakabawas talaga ng oras. So at nakakakuan pa, it will give you talaga mga worries, where did I commit mistake? So it's better good na you will take this lecture seriously, and so you'll be properly guided in your works. Included in my discussion are the basic standard procedure as well as the updates, kasi marami itong mga updates na included sa discussion ko to address lalo na ngayong pandemic, no? So merong mga updates, mga revisions sa IRR. So might as well you take note on this because may experience din na before na yung nagamit namin ng mga bidding documents hindi na pala outdated na, no? Hindi namin kasi nag-experience din kami ng ganyan. So dapat talaga na kayo sa procurement side ng inyong agency, dapat you will be updated din sa mga issuances ng GPPB, no? So alam niyo naman siguro kung paano mag-open ng GPPB, ng website ng GPPB. So nandiyan lang yan, no? So at least ma-updated kayo sa mga bagong issuances na lalabas nila which might affect your procurement, no, projects. So as I've said, no, na combination ito, so it will be a lengthy discussion. So the module objective, no, is by the end of this module, participants should be able to understand key concepts in the bidding procedures and procurement. Excuse me. And procurement of goods and services, infrastructure projects and consulting services, and undertake procurement activities in compliance with Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. So for your information, no, itong 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations, meron na din itong updated, no, updated last March 2021. So included, kita niyo dyan yung mga bagong mga updates, no, pertaining sa IRR. So our discussion will be divided into two parts, no. First, we will discuss on the general principles and considerations of the standard bidding procedures, and part two is procurement procedure and requirements for goods and services, infrastructure projects and consulting services. So let's now go to the general principles and considerations, no, of the bidding procedure. So the general mode of procurement is, alam naman natin yan, no, is competitive bidding as per section 10 of the RA 9184, no. So kung mag-procure tayo, pwede tayo alternative methods of procurement, pero this will be discussed on the other module, no. But for now, we will be focusing on the general rule, on the rules on competitive bidding. So what is competitive bidding? Competitive bidding aims to protect public interests and best possible advantages through open competition. So dahil dyan sa open competition, so marami tayong possibilities na maraming sasali na mga bidders, so marami tayong possibilities na makakuha tayo ng mga offers na would be advantageous to the government, no, and to the public interest as well. And this is to avoid, preclude suspicion of favoritism and anomalies. He was encouraged not to participate, no, because meron na daw favorite na mga bidders. But then he insisted no on this this law. He insisted this law na hindi naman yan nag encourage ng favoritism. So open naman ito, no? Open naman lahat ito. So yun. Nakasali siya sa bidding, and unfortunately hindi siya nanalo. Pero at least the effort or the opportunity na lahat makakasali to this competitive bidding because this is an open competition. So procurement standard. So it is a standard as discussed naman yan kahapon na kung mag-procure tayo dapat it should be included in the approved annual procurement plan of our agency. No? Kasi hanapin yan sa butcher yan at isang attachment yan sa butcher yung EPP. Likewise, importantly, it is in the rule na no APP, there should be no procurement. Then, so kung mag-procure kayo, dapat yung mode of procurement, yung modality na naka-indicate doon sa APP, dapat consistent yun sa actual procurement ninyo. So if ever naging agency to small value procurement ang binili ninyo, ang naka-indicate na mode of procurement sa APP, so dapat yung procurement ninyo small value procurement. As well as dito sa pag competitive bidding, dapat competitive bidding yung actual procurement. However, kung procurement na siya or shopping, so gagawa tayo ng resolution, yung BAC gagawa ng resolution and to be approved by the HOPE, no? Para ma-justify yun, that is a justification na bakit iba yung naka-indicate doon sa APP, iba yung actual procurement. Okay? So, standard procurement ito ng bidding procedures ng goods and services, infrastructures, projects, and consulting services. So, kilalanin natin kung anong we will differentiate what are these projects which we are about to procure, no? So goods and services, what are these goods and services? So these are basic, yung mga office supplies, then materials, general support services, equipment, yung mga heavy equipment na kailangan natin, yung mga furniture, stationery, materials for construction. If ever we will undertake an infra project by administration, so it is the agency will procure will provide or procure the materials for construction and personal property. Then contractual services, contractual and janitorial services, maintenance of equipment and furniture. So maintenance of equipment and furniture, halimbawa yung mga equipment niyo dyan which requires repair, so goods ang consideration dyan, no? Then tracking, hauling, and we have contractual and we have analogous services, no? Kaparehas na services. So which are the lease of office spaces, no? Kung mag-rent tayo ng office space, kulang yung opisina natin para sa activity natin at hindi pa tayo nagagawa ng building, so mag-lease tayo ng office space, so goods ang consideration dyan. Media advertisements, health, maintenance services, and other services, no, essential to the operation of our agency. So now let's go to the second category now, which is the infrastructure projects. So infrastructure projects, these are also called civil works. Civil works, no? So kung civil works yan, it means the construction, improvement, rehabilitation, demolition, repair, restoration, or maintenance of lahat ng mga civil works structures, no, like railways, lighthouse, shore protection, roads and bridges, no, roads, flood control projects, buildings, so all kinds of civil works, no. Now, itong infrastructure projects, definition is it is not only no sa construction. Kaya nabanggit ko kanina yung merong improvement, so rehabilitation. So kasama yan, no? Infrastructure project ang consideration yan. Halimbawa, yung isang your existing building, mangangailangan ng replacement ng roofing, as well as yung ceiling, yung kisame. So that is considered infrastructure projects, no? Yung pag-replace ng roofing at saka ceiling. So hindi lang new construction. So kasama din diyan yung mga improvement, rehabilitation and demolition. So now the third category is consulting services. So consulting services, no, refer to services for infrastructure projects. So mga services ito para sa infrastructure projects natin and other types of projects or activities requiring adequate external and professional expertise that are beyond the capability and capacity of the government to undertake. So which means na kung ang inyong municipal engineering office, no, dahil yung mayor or yung chief executive officer ninyo mayroong gustong patayo na malaking undertaking, malaking projects which cost millions, no, multi-millions. So hindi naman tapos yung municipal engineer as well as his office, no, hindi capable na gumawa noon. So gumawa ng mga detailed engineering as well as supervision. So that's the time na procure tayo ng consulting services which will prepare the detailed engineering of that particular project, no. Or there are other services, no, involved for consulting services. We have number one, advisory and review services. So kung yung project na yun masyadong malaki, so manghingi tayo ng advice from these consultants, no, kung possible ba na magkaroon ng malaking projects sa lugar na yan. And magkakandak then another services is the pre-investment or feasibility studies. So pre-investment and feasibility studies, marami ng factors ang kailangan dyan, no? Yung mga social, economic. So lahat ng maraming factors ang kailangan dyan. So malamang hindi kaya ng MPDC yan or PPDO sa province. So mag-hire tayo ng consultant. Then kung feasible na yan, yung project na yan, so pwede nang i-go as per result ng feasibility studies conducted. So gagawa na ng design. So itong design ito, this composed of lahat ng mga detailed engineering, no, gagawa ng plano and engineering design, architectural design to para magawa para na for implementation. So kailangan kasi yung yung mga lahat ng mga inputs diyan like soil analysis sa structure, no? Kasama yan sa detail engineering para to come up na sa ng plano for implementation. Then kung wala pa ding kuan, kung hindi kaya ng municipal engineer na mag-supervise, so then malaki, so hire tayo ng consulting, hire tayo ng construction supervision. So yun yung consultant na yan ang magsusupervise ng implementation ng project. So meron din tayong management and related services and other technical services or special studies. So itong other technical services, it might be soil exploration, no? Bago tayo which kailangan natin kung meron tayong projects, no, na kailangan natin madilaman kung ano yung ilalim ng lupa na yun. So yun, mag-hire tayo ng consultant, no, for the analysis of the soil beneath our proposed structure, no. So balik tayo dito sa infrastructure projects. So there are two modes, no, sa pag-procure nito. Itong i-discuss natin dito is you will be discussing on the straight contract. We will hire contractor to supply materials, labor and equipment, to supply materials, labor and equipment with inputted indirect costs, no, for the implementation of the infrastructure projects. Then pag nag-procure tayo dito ng infrastructure projects, bali tayo ang gumawa, yung agency natin ang gumawa ng plano. But there is also a mode of acquisition na which we call design and build. So ang pag-procure noon is the same din ng infrastructure projects na pag-procure. Ang differential lang kasi sa design and build scheme is yung na-engage natin na bidder or contractor, siya ang gagawa ng detail engineering. Hindi tayo ang gagawa ng detail engineering. So I think naka-experience naman siguro kayo dyan, no? So design and build. So pag design and build scheme, infrastructure yan, tapos yun ang contractor ang gagawa ng detail engineering ng mga plano o sa lahat ng mga engineering requirements, at saka siya din ang mag-construct. So with that, meron yang one of the may guidelines yan, no, one of the annex or appendix yan ng 2016 IRR. So another principle is on consideration is on the bidding procedure. So yung bidding procedure natin is two envelope system. So single stage meaning isang bagsakan lang yan, no? Tapos include two envelope system. So yung envelope system is composed of the submission of the technical and financial component of the bid. No, sa bagong provision ngayon, no, dati kasi we require two copies, no, two additional copies aside doon sa original, meaning original tsaka dalawang copies, so tatlong ipe-prepare ng bidder. But now isa lang ang isa-submit nila na bid envelope, no, which is directly they consider the original. But the procuring entity, no, may request additional hard copies, no, but failure of the bidders not to comply with the said request shall not be a ground for disqualification, no. So kasi pag hindi nag-require, pag hindi nag-comply yung bidder, disqualified agad. But now, sa bagong provision natin na pwedeng lagyan pwedeng mag-request, but kung hindi mag-comply ang bidder, so hindi yun grounds for disqualification. Also, in the right side of the slides is the, makita niyo dyan, no, protect single stage, two password protected bidding document. So this is now the electronic, no, kanang allow na kasi ang electronic submission of bids, no. So kung itong sa left side, this is yung physical, yung mga hard copies. Then dito sa right is kanyan mga e-copies, no, or electronic bids, no. So who are the eligible bidders? So eligible bidders, no, sino ba talaga ang mga allowed, eligible to bid, no? So we have first duly licensed Filipino citizens, sole proprietorships. So then the corporations with at least 60% Filipino interest or ownership. So may corporations kasi na mayroong foreigner, may foreign ownership. So dapat 60% yan Filipino. Then cooperatives duly organized under the laws of the Philippines. Then foreign bidders, then partnerships, so with at least 60% Filipino interest or ownership. Then joint ventures with at least 60% Filipino interest or ownership. So itong eligible bidders, no, na naka-enumerate dito, applicable ito sa tatlong categories with 60% na talaga yung sharing ng Pilipino, no, to corporations, partnership, no, and joint venture. 60% na lahat. So applicable ito sa goods, infra, saka consulting services. Kasi dati goods iba, yung infra iba, yung consulting iba. So lahat i-uniform na, no, to 60% ang Filipino interest. So merong for foreign projects, for foreign entity, no, na gustong sumali sa bidding sa Pilipinas, so dapat partnership duly organized under the laws of the Philippines, of which 60%. So na-discuss na yan. So 60% yan. Kasi dati 75% yan. Then corporations, 60% outstanding capital stocks belongs to citizens of the Philippines. Then kung mag-joint venture, at least 60%. Kasi itong pag-change ng percentage it is under the executive order 65, no, series of 2018, no. This is the executive order na nag-provide for pag-ease sa restriction on foreign participation. So dati kasi ang participation ng foreigner is only 25%. So ngayon, in-increase na, it was increased up to 40% ang participation ng foreign entity for the government procurement. Okay. Then, when to hire Another consideration is when to hire for consultants. So we hire consultants because we don't have expertise. Our agency don't have expertise, experience, and capability to conduct to undertake the project. No. Then second is the cost. So dapat pag-isipan din natin kung mag-hire ng consultant dahil mayroong malaking cost diyan kasi mga sweldo niyan may kamahalan din, no, yung cost ng pag mag-hire tayo ng consultant. Then if we hire consultant, we must see to it that the technology and knowledge transfer shall be required in the provision of consulting services. No? Importante kasi na yung municipal engineer natin or as well as his staff, no, kung mag-hire tayo ng consultant, meron tayong makuha na technology and transfer, no, from the consultant that we hired to undertake our project. So importante yan. So dapat yung itong pag-transfer ng technology and knowledge na meron na provided yan sa kontrata, no. Ano isa yan sa mga consideration in the hiring of consultant. Then on the hiring of consultant, dapat Pilipino ang uunahin natin. No, kaya nakalagay diyan sa slide na inuuna talaga yung Pilipino. But if ever hindi yung ma-determine ng hope na yung Filipino consultant do not have sufficient expertise and capability to render the services required, no, under the project, may hire consultants, may hire foreign consultants, no. Kung kita nila na hindi kaya ng Pilipino, so pwede mag-hire ng consultant. Pero merong exception dyan na kung merong foreign consultant sa on a consulting firm na we contracted, dapat ang lead consultant noon is a Pilipino. Hindi pwedeng mag-lead ang isang foreign consultant. We now go to the considerations on observers. So, bakit kailangan natin ng observer, no? Because this is to satisfy, no, the principle of the RA 9184, which is the transparency. So, with this, pag-invite natin ng observer, may enhance talaga natin yung transparency ng process. So, bakit mag-hire tayo ng observer? Because this observer represent the public. Ito yung mga nag-represent ng public kasi pag mayroon tayong procurement activity, wala naman dyan, ang nag-participate dyan, yung back, people from the procuring entity, then tsaka bidder. So we invite observer, no, who will represent the public. So ang public kasi at taxpayers, so interesado kasi yan sila kung ang procurement natin is in accordance ba sa na-observe ba talaga yung procurement law, no? And mga na-averted ba yung mga irregularities? Kasi ito yung sila yung talaga mga nag-observe kung talaga above board yung ginagawa natin. In accordance ba sa laws on procurement. Now, observers, we invite observers, 3 observers, no, which composed of a representative from COA, then duly recognized private sector NGO. Now, itong itong mga composition ng duly recognized private sector, mga under the March 2021 na 2016 revised IRR. So may mga bago na dito, no? So sa infra dapat CIAP recognized. So yung CIEP is the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines. So dapat from the Philippine Contractors Association, yung mga construction association ng grupo ninyo, yun ang i-invite natin. Then National Contractors Association of the Philippines. Then for goods, dapat member ng Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Now for consulting, we have Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, then Confederation of Filipino Consulting Services. So para ma-properly guided kayo, tingnan nyo na lang, no, kung if ever mayroon kayong bidding, so you invite observers. So dapat tingnan nyo na lang kung ano yung appropriate na mga observer corresponding doon sa project ninyo, kung infra ba, goods, or consulting services. Now these observers must be invited in writing at least 5 calendar days. So nakapula yan kasi highlighted because before that is 3 calendar days lang. Ngayon 5 calendar days na before the date of the procurement activity, which are the eligibility checking and consulting and shortlisting. Now take note na itong first procurement activities, eligibility checking and shortlisting, applicable lang ito sa consulting services. While the next 4 are applicable to the three categories, no, which are the pre-bid conference. So kung mag-pre-bid conference kayo, dapat mayroong observer, then preliminary bid evaluation, then post-qualification. Dapat mayroong observer dyan. Then, in my experience as involvement ko sa Bids and Awards Committee sa region namin since 2009, I observed na hindi kami na talaga yung in-invite namin ng mga private sector at saka NGO. I never remember na nag-respond sila by being present sa mga procurement activity namin. So merong yung COA, meron ding paminsan-minsan na pumupunta. Kasi sa COA kasi, halimbawa sa amin sa COA, meron din kaming resident auditor, no? So nag-audit ng mga transactions namin sa operations ng COA. Now, kasi hindi naman mandatory yung presence nila, yung physical presence nila hindi naman mandatory. So yung pag-receive lang nila ng invitation will showcase compliance. So pwede na yun basta nag-receive lang sila, kasi ito kasi invitation to observer, requirement din kasi ito, one of the documentary requirements sa ng voucher, no? Paghanapan kayo niyan, no, ng evidence ng mga observer. Kasi kung they will attend procurement activity, they will be signing on the attendance sheet, no? So yun na yun ang evidence na nag-comply or merong observer na dumating, but if kung wala, yung lang yung receipt copy ng invitation, compliance na yun. Okay, so now because of this pandemic we are experiencing since 2012, so merong mga bagong mga provision diyan na inisyu ang GPPB. So isa dyan is the online access to observers. So ito yung bigyan natin ng ang observer ng online access sa mga procurement activities natin. So first, for monitoring all stages of procurement through the modernized PhilJeps until the MPhilJeps becomes operational. Now, so yung PhilJeps gagawa ng online facility, no, for the observers to monitor the procuring proceedings. Then with that, ang gagamitin nyo ng PEs, no, ng procuring entity para din sa ma-access online ang mga observers. Then ngayon, dahil yung MPhilJeps is not yet fully operational, then they said, yung sabi ng PhilJeps na mga by December pa of this year magiging fully operational yung MPhilJeps. So as of now, yung PE shall provide observers online access through their own facilities. So ano ibig sabihin ng own facilities? So ito yung mga sinasabi na Zoom, no? Zoom or any online facilities, no? Marami naman kanya. Mayroong Facebook, mayroong Facebook tsaka Zoom. So yun ang muna ang gagamitin natin, no? Then if the procuring entities, no, hindi talaga capable to provide online access, they may email the GPPB TSO, no, on this email observers.gppb.gov.ph, no, na hindi sila makapag-provide ng online access. Kasi kailangan ito, all of this, kailangan ito para sa compliance natin, no? Compliance natin on this provision. Kasi kailangan din natin yung compliance para sa procurement monitoring report, no, natin ay submit sa GPPB. So let's now have a knowledge check, no? So,
Yes, sir. For our first knowledge check, we will be flashing a series of knowledge check questions through the Zoom polling feature, and all we have to do is just choose the appropriate answers in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed on our screens. So the question is, which of the following is not considered as goods? Is it analogous services, subscription and licenses, office equipment, design and build, or security and janitorial services? Again, we would like to remind our Zoom participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance sheet by clicking the link provided by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. Okay, sir. Majority of our participants answered letter D, design and build. Is this the correct answer po?
Okay, the correct answer for this knowledge check is design and build, no? The rest are all considered goods, no? And design and build is not goods, but as na-discuss ko naman kanina ito, binalikan ko yung infrastructure project, discussion doon. So design and build is considered as infrastructure projects. Okay? So this is
Thank
one
you
of,
so much.
is a mode of acquisition, no, for infrastructure project. Okay, Ms. Kyle, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let us proceed with our lecture proper.
Okay, let's now go on to our second part of our outline, no? So our second part is the competitive bidding procedure and requirements. So matindi na itong discussion dito na susunod. So might as well na you will take note, no, sa mga discussion dahil importante ito for your guidance and for you to be equipped sa inyong procurement activities, no? Para hindi kayo nga magkaroon ng problema if somebody will evaluate you, no, on your performance. Okay, so let's now first discuss the standard competitive bidding procedure for goods and services. So presented is the flow, no, of the different activities of different procurement activities pertaining to goods and services. So first, we have the pre-procurement conference, then advertisement, posting, pre-bid conference, then submission of bids, then opening of first envelope, which are the eligibility documents and technical proposal, then the opening of second envelope and financial proposal. The next on that box is the bid evaluation and ranking, then post-qualification, then award of contract. So all of that we will discuss one by one, no? And also the include the tawag dito yung mga included na mga timelines dyan. So di-discuss natin yan, no? One by one. So ito yung ito talaga yung standard flow of the competitive bidding procedure for goods and services. Now dito sa infra, yung flow is similar lang. Naka-differential lang ito sa yun nga itong 50 or 65 calendar days, which is the maximum timeline for the opening of bids, for the submission and opening of bids, as well as meron tayong mga detalye na i-discuss dito which differentiated goods from infrastructure projects, like yung mga required documents to be submitted, no? But the flow is entirely similar, no, to the goods, no, to goods and services. Now here in the for consulting services, there are two procurement activities that are not tawag dito different sa goods and services and infrastructure projects. So hindi dito lang makita ito sa consulting services, itong mga procurement activities na eligibility checking or screening and shortlisting and negotiation, no? So these two additional, i-discuss natin yan, no, later when we go on the discussion on consulting services. So ito yung kuan. So other than the other activities are similar lang sa kuan. The same lang sa goods and services, merong post qualification at saka award of contest. Now let's discuss on the recommended possible period to complete the procurement activity for goods, no? Now, earliest period is 26 calendar days. So hindi pwedeng 25. So anong relevance ito? Earliest period. So hindi pwedeng 25 dahil kung you go on 25, so you are not compliant na. Problema na yan. Now, ang maximum period is 136 calendar days. No, not 137. Dahil dapat between 26 to 136 lang, no, ang possible time to complete procurement, no, for goods. Now, in this timeline, no, hindi kasama dyan yung pag-approve ng approval of higher authority. Kasi, halimbawa, yung mayor ninyo, 20 million lang yung, example, 20 million lang yung kaya ng approval for the contract. Ngayon, yung project ninyo is 30 million. So, kailangan pa yan ng higher authority. No? So, nandyan naman yan sa funding source, no? Kung sino mag-approve ng yan. Sino mag-approve ng other than the mayor. So, hindi kasama dito sa 26 and 136 yung approval ng higher authority. So, now, for infra projects, same din, no? Yung earliest period, 26 calendar days, but the maximum is different, no? Kasi sa infra, kung 50 million and below, ang EBC, 141 calendar days. But if it is 50 million and above, 156 calendar days ang maximum period. So, yung may corresponding amount, no, bakit nag-iba-iba yung maximum period ng infra. So again, hindi kasama dyan yung approval ng higher authority. So next is the time to complete procurement activity for consulting services. So mahaba na ang kuan ng earliest period ng consulting dahil nga doon sa eligibility checking and shortlisting na nakasama doon, no? At saka yung maximum nito is 180 calendar days. So again, hindi kasama dyan yung approval ng higher authority. So remind ko lang na hindi dapat earlier than 36 or sa goods and infra, no, dapat hindi earlier na sa state sa provided na earliest period, hindi dapat earlier on and more than the maximum period, no. Okay, so ito na yun, no, yung number of the calendar days for the higher authority to approve or disapprove the contract. So for the executive department, so we have maximum of 20 calendar days. Then for the GOCC, yung mga government-owned or controlled corporations, 30 calendar days. So because of the pandemic and because of the restrictions on physical contact, no, so use of digital signature is allowed, no. So under with the several procurement activities or procurement or with this mga procurement related documents, no? So allowed na ang use of digital signature. But the procurement officers and officials may digitally or electronically sign procurement document. So under GPPB Resolution 16-2019 and GPPB Resolution number 09-2021. So for further reference, no, you may check these two resolution, no, pertaining this, no. So ito nga bago na ito, so para sa pag-address natin sa restrictions on physical contact, allowed na yung use of digital signature. So again, dahil sa pandemic or any mga restrictions, so required na din yung use of video conferencing, webcasting, and similar technology. Actually, kasama na naman ito sa 2016. 2016 pa, nandyan naman yung kasama na ito. Itong pag-conduct ng video conferencing and webcasting using similar technology, no? So, emphasize lang dito na kung maggamit ng mga technology na ito, so it will constitute a quorum, no? Importante dito kasi in any procurement activity, dapat maka-constitute ng quorum yung BAC, no? Para maging valid yung mga decisions doon. Or maka-pustro or mapustro yung procurement activity. So this is under GPPB Resolution number 24-2018, which states that a member of the BAC, including chairperson and vice chairperson, may be present either in person or face-to-face through video conferencing, webcasting, or similar technology for peace with such technology. So kami ngayon dito, dahil kung yun nga merong health restrictions, so we conducted our mga procurement activities through this, no? So we use Zoom platform. So yung mga decisions made of at least a majority of the BAC members present using such technology shall be considered valid and binding. So using this technology, yung mga decision natin, considered na valid and binding na yun. Kasi mahirap naman na maliit lang yung space ninyo for BAC, for a particular procurement activity, so hindi na ma-comply yung social distancing. So dapat mag-conduct na lang through Zoom, no? Through Zoom platform. Okay? So, yung paggamit ng procurement activities may be conducted electronically, no? We have pre-procurement conference, bid opening, then other procurement activities, meetings. So dito na tayo sa first procurement activity, no, which is the pre-procurement conference. So pre-procurement conference, the purpose dito is to determine the readiness of the procurement at hand. Handa na ba tayo, no? Handa na ba tayong dito natin i-determine kung handa na ba tayo sa procurement natin. Baka yung plano natin di pa kumpleto yung mga detalye. Tapos ipapabid na natin. So dapat tingnan natin, no, kung kumpleto pa, kasi kami dito sa trabaho namin sa COA, lalo na sa under my division dito sa Region 7, and also similar responsibilities sa buong Pilipinas ng mga technical services. So we look into the completeness of the documents, no? Lalo na sa plano, if ever may kulang dyan, may kulang na mga detalye, we always invoke section 17.6, no? Section 17.6 of the IRR. Naka-states doon na there should be no bidding conducted kung yung detail engineering is conducted insufficiently. So paano yan nagiging insufficient? Meaning, may mga detalye dyan na kulang na it will not, dahil kulang yan, hindi ma-determine, hindi mababalidate yung a certain item of work as well as its quantity. So bakit nagkaroon ng quantity sa program of work na wala namang pinagbasihan yan? So dapat lahat ng mga items sa program of work or sa estimates, dapat base yan, quantifiable yan, and verifiable yan doon sa plano. No? So, marami na kaming nakuan dyan na sole kasi yan, non-compliance, no? Non-compliance yung to that particular section 17.6. So, example lang yan, no? So, dito sa provision of pre-procurement conference, this should be conducted, no, prior to the advertisement or posting of the instruction or the invitation to bid for the expression of interest in case of consulting services. Now, the conduct of the pre-procurement conference is mandatory, no, for projects with ABC above 2 million for goods, then above 2 million for infra projects, and above 1 million for consulting services. So take note dito, no, sa mga mandatory provisions, no. So the pre-procurement activity is participated by the BAC Secretariat, Technical Working Group, created for this purpose, no, of the procurement. Halimbawa, kung IT yan, yung BAC wala naman yung expert, mostly kung walang expertise sa IT, so mag-create sila ng technical working group na yun ang i-evaluate on the technical aspect of the IT procurement, no. Then we have consultants for the project procurement, for the subject procurement project, if any. So bakit mayroong consultant? Ito yung consultant, in case lang na hindi, ang gagawa ng plano is consultant, we procure consulting services, no, to prepare our detailed engineering or yung plano. Now, if it is the case, no, na mag-hire tayo ng consultant to prepare our detailed engineering or the plans of the project, so they have to be present, no, during pre-procurement conference kasi yun nga, titignan natin kung yung plano na nagawa, kumpleto ba yun, no? Kumpleto ba yun in all technical requirements, no, and all accepted engineering standard, no? Kasi halimbawa, malaki ang project tapos yung basic na requirement na site development plan kung saan ilalagay, itatayo, ilolocate yung building, meron bang yung mga physical requirement doon sa site, baka yung site na yun is terrain, yung rolling ba, Tapos, yung ginawa na program of work, walang filling materials or walang excavation. So, all considered on a flat. The site is considered to be flat. So, hindi. So, malaki ng problema yan, no? So, dapat i-consulta yan sila. Dapat present yung consultant. Then, the end user unit, then, halimbawa, itong end user unit, bibili kayo ng kuan, bibili kayo ng IT equipment. So, sila naman ang alam kung kuan, kung ano yung mga requirement. Then, other officials. So, hindi pa kailangan. So, next is reference to brand name. So, one of the considerations on the procurement is the brand names, no? Reference to brand names. So, meron tayong provisions dyan under Section 18 of the revised RA 2024 na yung provision, no, applies to the procurement of goods and goods component of infrastructure project and consulting services. So, ibig sabihin nito, kung if we talk about infrastructure projects, no, so sa program of work or sa specifications, technical specification, kasi kailangan yung one of the document kasi yan, yung technical specification sa bidding documents. So, dapat hindi nag-refer yan ng isang brand. Halimbawa, sa simento, dapat yung generic lang. Kung sabing Portland Cement lang ilalagay, hindi maglagay ng brand, no? Kasi we used to, yung mga base sa experience natin na, yun nga, mayroon tayong preferred brand, so hindi na allowed yan, no, na i-indicate doon sa technical specification or sa program of work. And also dito sa goods, no, we have experience here na doon mismo sa request for quotation, naka-indicate doon yung brand ng vehicle, no? Dapat hindi allowed yun. So specifications should be based on relevant characteristics, functionality, and performance requirements. So except for parts or items that are compatible with existing fleet or equipment of the same make and brand, and to maintain the performance, functionality, and useful life of the equipment. So this is applicable if ever you have a Toyota Hiace dyan, Toyota Hiace na ambulance, nagkaroon ng sira, tapos you require spare parts. That spare parts is only found in exclusive yun sa Toyota. So yun, that's the time na allowed yung paglagay ng brand doon. Kung if it is a spare parts, no? Okay, so doon sa balik tayo doon sa pre-procurement conference is ano bang titignan doon sa pre-procurement conference. So tingnan natin kung yung kumpleto ba yung description and scope of the contract, then yung ABC, contract duration. Ito yung contract duration, importante kasi ito, no, lalo na ngayon kung pumili kayo ng IT equipment, kasi nangyari sa amin lately na we indicate the delivery period of certain number of days. During the pre-bid conference, nanghingi na sila na taasan pa, but yun nga, no, na-change yung contract duration namin during the opening of bids. So, kasi yung IT equipment daw ngayon, mahirap ang supply. So, ito yung i-consider ninyo, no. So, to determine this, you conduct market survey, no, kung kaya bang, halimbawa, kung 60 days, kaya ba nila ng 60 days? no, or any number of days na kaya nila. Kasi kung maglagay kayo, you insist on a 60 calendar days, for example, a certain contract duration, tapos yung pass ng back, no, kung nasa EPP ba yan, kung bidding ba yan, or kung small value, kung small value ba yan, no, yun titignan natin. So then appropriation, so tignan natin kung meron pang kwarta. Then completeness and correctness of the bidding document. So importante ito, no? Lalo na doon sa specification. Then description and scope. So yun. Importante lang talaga dito na before sa pre-procurement conference, no? Importante talaga na tignan yung completeness and correctness of the bidding documents. Kasi pag nagkamali dyan, so mahirap nang i-retract, no? Mayroon pa pala dito, no? Completion of the detailed engineering. Then availability of right of way. So and possession of affected property. So i-share ko lang itong kanang availability of right of way. Ito yung gagawa kayo ng road project, tapos dadaan kayo sa properties na hindi pa own ng government. So mag-expropriate kayo or any other way na ma-secure yung possession ng government, no, for that particular affected road, no. So dapat i-clear yan, i-clear talaga, no, if ever. Kasi mayroon tayong under din dyan sa section 17.6, no, take note, no, section 17.6 na kung mayroong issue ng road right of way, hindi dapat i-award. Pwede kayong makapag-conduct ng bidding but no award shall be made unless na yung possession is ma-put into the favor of the government. Kaya dahil kung hindi, that is kanang non-compliance for that section 17.6, no? Kasi marami kami experience dito ngayon na na-terminate yung projects dahil nga sa road right of way issue, no? Sayang yung effort kasi meron ng portion na umpisahan tapos napuputol, then it could pose danger sa motorist dahil magiging putol-putol man yung road. So pose danger, no? So then I insist on the auditor na you invoke 17.6 para matuto yung agency. Kasi that is non-compliance, no? So dapat tingnan ninyo yung road right of way, no? Okay, so sa pre-procurement conference, so you decide, no, whether to allow the online or electronic submission and receipt of bids based on kasi bago ito, based on the PE's procurement needs and capabilities and shall be clearly stated in the instruction to bidders, including bidding documents if allowed, no? So nasa GPPB resolution number 09/2020 yan. So you decide whether it will be through electronic means or through GPP online portal. So if the BAC decide for an electronic submission and receipt of bids, so ito yung gagawin, no, under resolution 12/2020, that hindi lang basta-basta na sabihin niyo na allowed na yung electronic submission and receipt of bids, no, hindi lang yan. So dadaan pa tayo dito sa mga certification requirements. So aside dito na meron tayong i-comply na GPPB prescribed format, no, for certification. So and this is to be issued by the highest official managing the information technology system of the agency, no? Then describe the electronic system or procedure to be used by the PE for the electronic submission and receipt of bids and compliant with the requirements under GPP resolution, then submitted to GPPTSO through IT certification. Through IT certification at gppb.gov.ph. So, no, if you decide, if the BAC decide with this electronic submission, so you comply first this certification, no, and send it to the GPPTSO. Okay. Then we now go to the next procurement activity, no, which is the advertisement, posting of the invitation to bid. So take note, no, as we go along with our discussion, no, merong may insert dito na provision regarding consulting services, no, which is also in line or in accordance with flow na pinakita ko kanina, no. So nag-umpisa tayo sa pre-procurement, ngayon dito na tayo sa advertisement, posting of the invitation to bid. So yung consulting, dadaan din yun ng pre-procurement, no? Tapos advertisement and posting of the invitation to bids next ng pre-procurement. So advertisement and posting of the invitation to bids, ito yung mga provision, no? This is the start of the bidding process and invite interested bidders to participate in the procurement activity. So pag nag-post kayo o nag-advertise kayo ng invitation to bid, start na ng bidding process yan, no? Dire-diretso na yan. Dapat, kaya importante talaga na yung doon sa pre-procurement conference, ma-determine talaga, no, magawan talaga ng mga you situate na ready na kayo kasi ang next procurement activity is very important, no, because this is the beginning of the bidding process. So ang timeline nito is 7 calendar days, no? Then nakalagay dito, bid opportunity including complete bidding documents shall be posted continuously for 7 calendar days, no, in the following PhilJEP's website of the procuring entity, then website of then at the conspicuous place in the premises of the procuring entity such as bulletin board. Now, kuhan ko lang dito, no, i-emphasize ko lang ba na yung pag-post ninyo ng invitation to bid, dapat kasama na doon yung complete bidding documents. So anong ibig sabihin ng complete bidding documents? So kapag complete bidding documents, kasama na diyan yung talagang lahat ng mga dokumento na necessary for the bidder to come up with their bid. Kasama na din diyan sa complete bidding documents, lalo na dito sa infrastructure projects na procurement, na hindi magiging kumpleto ang bidding documents kung walang plano. So dapat yung plano uploaded na din yan, no, doon sa bidding documents, included doon sa i-upload. And also yung technical specifications, kasi without the plans and technical specification in case of infrastructure projects, mahirap mag-determine, mahirapan sa pag-determine ang bidder kung kaya ba niya or hindi yung particular project, no. Sa kuha naman sa goods, anyway, kasama naman yan, importante naman dyan yung section 6 and section 7, yung technical requirements of no, technical specification, no, yung dalawa na yan. So madali namang i-include yan, no, doon sa bidding documents. ang importante lang dito, ang emphasize ko dito yung sa in case of infrastructure projects, pag hindi nyo masama yan, yung plano, importante talaga yan, no? Na isama, i-upload yan sa in the posting. Okay? So itong makikita ninyo dito, no, sa medium on the mga posting medium, PhilJeps na lang yan, PhilJeps, tsaka website ng Picoro Entity at saka bulletin board. Kasi dati kasi sa paglabas ng revised IRR, no, mayroong provision sila na yung kasama pa paglabas noon ng revised IRR, revised 2016, mayroon pa yung 2 years, mayroon pa yung posting sa newspaper. But there is a provision there that 2 years, no, after the effectivity, hindi na kailangan. So ngayon, mag-posting kayo sa PhilJeps lang talaga, PhilJeps website at saka bulletin board. So isa pa dyan, no, yung pag-post natin sa PhilJeps, meron pang mga importanteng bantayan dyan na dapat yung tig-post ninyo, na meron talagang enough skill ba, no? Enough knowledge on how to post the invitation to bid and the bidding documents. Kasi merong mga nakakalimutan dyan, so magiging hindi compliant, no? One of the things na titignan talaga dyan pag posting ng PhilJeps is yung status, no? Kasi minsan kasi yung status na yon, i-discuss ko lang dito, no, for siguro merong mga back members dito, at least properly guided kayo na dapat tignan ninyo na kasi sa PhilJeps kasi sa PhilJeps magkakaroon na ng power or way yung back member na makasilip doon sa PhilJeps instantly, no, kung ano yung na-post na posted ng personnel na responsible sa pag-post sa PhilJeps. Kasi titignan doon na status, meron kasi dyan nagsasubmit sa butcher na nakalagay pa pending. So if ever nakalagay, naka-state doon pending yung status, ibig sabihin hindi pa yun na posted, hindi pa yun na advertised, no? So dapat, kasi nagpiprint agad sila, dapat tapos i-submit doon sa butcher, so hindi compliant yun. So dapat talaga tingnan kung yung status active, kasi pag active, ibig sabihin na posted na yan up to the ma-close yung posting, kasi ang ma-close yan yung PhilJeps kapag during the submission and opening of bids, no? So yun lang ang advice ko now na sa posting on the PhilJeps, dapat tignan yung status, no? Kasi baka magka-problema kayo kung hindi proper, no? Dapat active talaga yung status na ipiprint ninyo for submission on the butcher, no? So dito tayo sa bidding documents. Dito tayo sa bidding documents fee. So yun nga, ang purpose doon sa competitive bidding is to avoid favoritism, no? Favoritism. So kadalasan kasi before, itong mga bidding documents, ito yung isa sa mga paraan na na may binibigyan ng favor na bidder, no, by putting a large amount of cost of the bidding documents. Then mangyayari, so dahil malaki, hindi na magjo-join yung iba, and this will not promote open competition, no, kung lalakihan natin yung cost nito. So the GPPB come up now with this bidding documents fee, no, prescribed bidding documents fee. So kung more than ito, no, so makita natin dyan. Now, dito sa pangatlo, so pag more than 1 million up to 5 million, so 5 million maximum. So if ever na you have 3 million projects lang, 3 million worth of projects, so pwedeng 3,000, no? Ganun lang. So i-prorate mo na lang, no? Kasi kung 2 million lang yung project tapos 5 million yung maximum bidding documents mo, so hindi maraming hindi sasali dyan. So dapat, kasi mas mababa yung bidding documents, so magkakaroon ng interest yan na mag-join kasi kukunti lang yung magagastos ng bidder, no? Check and shortlisting. So dito na tayo. So sa eligibility check and shortlisting, no, for consulting services. So a prospective bidder should submit its expression of interest and eligibility document submission form together with the required eligibility documents on or before the date and time for the submission of such requirements. So ano ibig sabihin ng shortlisting? So ang shortlisting is the process of determining the most qualified consultants from those that submitted eligibility requirements. So una, magsasubmit sila ng eligibility requirements. Then, out of those eligibility requirements, so magkakaroon ng shortlisting, no? So yun ang pagbabasihan nila sa pagkandak ng shortlisting. So ang shortlist shall consist of 3 to 7 consultants with 5 as the preferable number. So bakit nililimit nila yung number to be for shortlisting, no, na yung tatanggapin na shortlisted consultant? Kasi during the technical proposal na marami kasing gagawin yung consultant dyan na to support his proposal. So, mahirap gawin. So, dapat yung chances niya of winning dapat malaki-laki din. So, kasi kung dadamihan mo yan, like sa infra, minsan aabot ng 10 yung sumasali or 15 bidders. So, tapos yung chances of winning maliit lang ba? So dito sa consultant, so tini-trim down nila yung number of consultant for to be shortlisted. So ang tanong dyan is if only one consultant submitted eligibility check, no, for shortlisting, shall it be allowed? So allowed yan kahit isa lang, no, as long as he will pass the minimum score for, kasi yung shortlisting mayroon pa yung minimum score, no, to be included on sa request yung RIE, request for expression of interest. And also kung yun nga, basta eligible siya, tsaka he passed the minimum score for shortlisting. Then shortlisted consultants shall be invited to participate in the bidding for this project through a notice of eligibility and shortlisting issued by the PAC. So yung hindi magiging eligible, no, na mga consultant, So they will be out na, no? So only shortlisted consultants shall be invited. So what are the criteria, no, for to be for shortlisting? So ito yun, no? So out of the eligibility requirements na not met, so the consultant are shortlisted according to this criteria, no? So we have applicable experience of the consultant. Then merong recommended weight dyan, 50% for number 1. Then number 2, qualification of personnel to be assigned to the job, 30. Then current workload to job capacity, 20. So total yan 100. So ang mag-i-score niyan is the yung back members. Now if the back members are not expert enough to rate, no, based on this criterion, so you may hire expert to assist you on how to use this criteria, no, and give your recommended weight. Then eligibility check. Then the back ranks the prospective consultants that meet the passing score from highest to lowest to determine the shortlisted consultants. So yung mga score, i-rank yan from highest to lowest. Then back recommends the shortlist to the hope for consideration and approval. So only shortlisted consultants can submit proposals. So dito sa consulting services, unlike sa goods and infra, yung nabibili nila yung nagkuha nila na bidding documents sa infra o goods, pwede na silang maka-tender ng doon, makabigay ng proposal, no, ng bid nila. While dito sa consulting services, only then na ma-shortlisted sila, na mabigyan sila ng bidding documents, no, for them to submit their proposal. So ito yung kaibahan, no, ng consulting services. So next is if ever mayroong mag-join na foreign bidder, so yung Class A documents niya dapat in English. If not in English, must be translated in English by any of the following, no, relevant foreign government agency, the foreign government agency authorized to translate documents, or a registered translator in the foreign bidder's country. So documents shall be authenticated, no, by the appropriate Philippine Foreign Service establishments or posts. Ibig sabihin, mga embassies or the equivalent office having jurisdiction over the foreign bidders affair in the Philippines. So it is included here kasi kung consultant, baka mayroong sumali na mga foreign bidders, So ito yung mga requirements, no, for Class A documents. So one of the requirements din is the authentication. So meron tayong mapadali ang pag-process ng authentication is under Apostille Convention. So meron dito, no, na new provision for contracting parties to the Apostille Convention. The document shall be authenticated through mga documents na isasubmit nila during bidding, no? So pre-bid conference. So pre-bid conference. So another important procurement activity. So pre-bid conference, no, applicable ito yung discussion natin ngayon is applicable ito sa tatlong categories, no, goods, infra, and consulting services. Kasi if you remember doon sa chart or sa flow ng consulting services, after the shortlisting comes the pre-bid conference na. Kasi yung mga shortlisted is shall shall attend pre-bid conference, no? So ito yung mga requirements ng pre-bid conference, no? This is mandatory for projects with EBC of 1 million and above, no? Pag 1 million na yung EBC mo, meron ka ng dapat mandatory ang pag-conduct ng pre-bid conference. But however, kung less than 1 million, conferences may or may not be held at the discretion of the BAC. So, pwedeng mag-conduct kung below 1 million, pwede mag-conduct or hindi, depende sa discretion ng BAC, no? Then the BAC may also decide to hold pre-bid conference upon the written request of bidders or shortlisted bidder. So mag-hold sila kung mag-request yung bidder, no? Then pre-bid conference shall be held at least 12 calendar days before the deadline for the submission of bids, but not earlier than 7 calendar days from the PhilJEP's posting of the invitation to bid or bidding documents. Then in the case of consulting services, from the determination of the shortlisted consultants. So may be held at least 30 calendar days before deadline for submission of bid if the method, nature, and complexity of contract and international participation is more advantageous, no? Will be present, no? Kung katong itong mga condition nito, no, na pwede mag 30 calendar days instead of 12 calendar days kung ang method, kung ang nature is very complex, merong international participation. Then the pre-bid conference is ito yun, initial forum, no, where the procuring entities, representatives, and the bidders or shortlisted bidders, no, in the case of consulting services, discuss the different aspects of the procurement at hand. Then the purpose is to discuss, no, clarify and explain, among others things, the eligibility requirements and the technical and financial components of the contract to be bid, including questions and clarifications raised by the prospective bidders before and during the pre-bid conference. So the minutes of the pre-bid conference, so after sa pre-bid conference, so maggawa kayo ng minutes of the pre-bid conference, no, and shall be recorded and prepared not later than 5 calendar days after the pre-bid conference. So check lang yung 5 calendar days, no, after pre-bid conference, dapat meron ng minutes of the pre-bid conference. And this pre-bid conference shall be made available to prospective bidders not later than 5 calendar days upon written request. So next is during the pre-bid conference, no, and to maximize pre-bid conference, so BAC shall have a proactive role during the pre-bid conference. So ibig sabihin nito na during the pre-bid conference, tayo ang tayo mag-initiate. Magiging proactive tayo during the pre-bidding by initiating discussions on the requirements of the project, discussing the common reasons of bidders' disqualification, no? Issuance of supplemental bid bulletin at its own initiative or in response to request for clarification. So lahat, no? So dapat proactive tayo dyan, no? Kasi para ba ma-open up pa yung kung ano yung mga dapat i-clarify ng mga provisions sa bidding documents na kailangan ma-open up doon sa mga bidders. So ito, nasa 2016 IRR na yung pag-post ng minutes of the pre-bid conference meeting shall no longer be posted in PE's website. So yung minutes hindi na ipopost yan, no? Wala tayong posting ng minutes of the pre-bid conference, even sa PhilJeps. Then, supplemental bid bulletins. So, this is issued, no, by the PAC, duly signed by the PAC chairperson to address questions, to answer questions for clarification or interpretation. Then clarify or modify any provision of the bidding documents. So, nangyayari kasi na yung ginawa na bidding documents ng PE merong pinahabol na dapat ma-change doon sa modify yung bidding documents, so i-put into issuance of a supplemental bid bulletin yan, no? So if ever during the pre-bid conference or even before the pre-bid conference merong queries and clarification yung bidder, no? So dapat gawa ng supplemental bid bulletin. Basta mayroong necessity na ma-change yung provision doon sa bidding document, so dapat mag-issue ng supplemental bid bulletin, no? Yung back, then signed by the back chairperson, and then issued at least 7 calendar days before the deadline for bid submission. No? So, kung mayroong gagawing supplemental bid bulletin, dapat i-issue yan 7 calendar days before deadline for bid submissions. Tapos yung mga queries should be submitted to the PAC 10 calendar days before deadline for bid submission. Then itong supplemental bid bulletin, it is mandatory na to be posted in the PhilJeps website of the procuring entity and its bulletin board, no? Now it shall itong supplemental bid bulletin, no, shall be made available to all those who have properly secured the bidding documents. Then it shall be the responsibility of those who have properly secured the bidding documents to inquire and secure supplemental bid bulletins that may be issued by the PAC. So dapat bigyan natin ng pabor, no, yung nakabili na ng bidding documents na maging available sa kanila itong supplemental bid bulletin. But nevertheless, required naman yan na to be posted in the PhilJeps. So again, yung tao na magpo-post nito sa PhilJeps, dapat meron siyang enough, no, na knowledge on how to post a supplemental bid bulletin in the PhilJeps. Kasi bakit kailangan ma-posted ito? Kasi mayroong mga bidders diyan na by the way, yung attendance sa pre-bid conference, open yun, no, sa prospective bidders. So ibig sabihin, kapag prospective bidders, pwedeng hindi pa siya nakabili ng bidding documents, o pwede ring sa mga nakabili na ng bidding documents, no? Now, dito sa ang importance kasi ng pag-post nito sa PhilJeps is to give information to the bidders ba na doon lang siya sa malayo, nag-rely lang siya doon sa mga posted information sa internet lang, no? Kasi mayroong mga bidders diyan na hindi nga nag-attend ng pre-bid, tapos doon na sila pupunta or during na sa pag-submit na ng submission of bids, no, sila mag-a-appear. So, importante talaga na yung supplemental bid bulletin para naman fair sa lahat na posted yan para nga mag-guided yung mga bidders na sa during submission lang pupunta, submission of bids lang pupunta, no. Kasi yung posting kasi natin ng instruction to bidder saka bidding documents, nagsisimula yan sa pag-post, no? Then up to the opening, up to the submission and opening of bids, active yan to that period, no? So 7 calendar days yung posting, tapos 12 calendar days yung so dapat 19, no? 19 calendar days na naka-open yan. Naka-posted yan, naka-active yung bid opportunity na yun. So once again, no, balik ko lang na yung mga posting requirements. So yung supplemental bid bulletin, no, to be posted yun sa PhilJEBs at saka website ng procuring entity at saka bulletin board for compliance, no, purposes. Then ito na tayo sa submission of bids, no. So for all we know, meron tayong eligibility documents, then technical requirements, then put into sa pag-submit ito, no, ito yung standard na gagawin kung magsasubmit na yung bidder, no, ng bids nila. So technical eligibility documents and technical requirements put into one envelope, then a financial proposal put into one envelope, which is the second envelope, then put into one envelope, no, yung first and second envelope. Then the bid validity is 120 calendar days from the date of the opening of bids. So yung bids, no, take note, no, 120 calendar days na yan, no, from the date of the opening of bids. So kung electronic, if electronic submission naman is two-factor security procedure, archive, and password. Itong archive, ito yung i-compress, then password protected, then allows access to password protected bidding documents. So password shall be disclosed by the bidders only during the actual bid opening. Then should be capable of generating an audit trail of transaction. So ang purpose nitong capable of generating an audit trail of transaction is to see to it na genuine or authentic yung mga bid submission, no? Then bid submission, kung bid submitted electronically, so the same din, no, sa envelope na yung technical at saka yung technical which compose of eligibility and technical requirement, so put into one file with a password, then the financial with a password, then put into one folder which consider the bid, one folder, no, then submitted bids must be encrypted and password protected. So all of this nasa GPPB resolution number 09-2020 yan. Then sealing and marking of bids. So meron tayong mga requirements, no, for sealing and marking of bids. So yun nga, original technical, so put into one, then original financial, then put into one original financial envelope, then put into one original bid. So each envelope, no, yung tatlong envelope na yan, so shall contain the name of the contract to be bid, name and address of the bidder, recipient, BAC, PE, and do not open before date, time of opening of bids. So dapat yun yung mga markings, no. Then sealing, if ever in case of additional copy, no? So ito yun, no? Lagay lang, dapat copy 1 itong financial, no? Then copy 1, financial din sa envelope. Then copy 1, bid. So kung mag-request ng additional copy yung back, no? So each envelope also shall contain the name of the contract to be bid, name and address of the bidder, then recipient back, PE, and there should be marked do not open before date, time, and opening of bids. So if it is a multiple submission, no, meaning kung mag-require ng ang back ng another copy other than the original copy ng bid, so the original bid envelope and the copy 1 envelope shall be put into one big envelope, no, and again it should be marked, no, with the appropriate markings, the same as with the original bid and copy 1 bid. So meron tayong requirements, no, sealing and markings of bids, no, sa acceptability and rejection. So as a general rule, no, unsealed or unmarked bid envelopes, or in case of electronic bid submission, not in compressed archive folders and not password protected, are rejected, no, general rule. So improperly sealed and marked envelopes or not properly compressed and password protected will be accepted, no, provided, no, pwede tanggapin yung improperly sealed and marked. Mayroong provision dito na pwede tanggapin, can be accepted provided, no, that the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such condition of the bid as submitted. Then, in case of improperly sealed and marked envelope, the bank shall not assume no responsibility for the misplacement of the contents of the improperly sealed or marked bid or for its premature opening. So pwede tanggapin basta mag-acknowledge lang yung bidder na gano'n ang sitwasyon ng bid niya, no? Na tapos yung bank hindi siya mag-assume ng responsibility, no, doon sa misplacement of the contents. Kung magkawala-wala man yan, so hindi responsibility ng bank. Okay? So we now go to our next knowledge check, no?
Yes, sir. For our second knowledge check, the first one to properly answer through the Zoom chat box with the proper name format shall be eligible to claim our prize. Are you ready, participants? The question is, improperly sealed and improperly marked bid envelopes shall be accepted, provided that the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall acknowledge the condition of the bid as submitted. Is this statement true or false? So for the first one to answer in the Zoom chat box correctly with the proper name format shall be our winner. So let us wait for our technical team to verify who is the first one to answer correctly. From our chat box, I think, sir, the first one, the answer is from LGU Anao. Mr. and Miss P and O Vicente. Is this the correct answer, sir?
So the correct answer is true.
So tama po pala si Mr. or Miss Kian. So congratulations po to our knowledge check winner for today, Mr. or Miss Kian O Vicente from LGU Anao. Again, for our winner, congratulations po. And please check your email or chat box as our technical team shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special token. Sir, do you have any other or more words regarding our question?
Okay, itong mga improperly sealed and marked bid envelopes, nangyayari ito, no? Hindi maiwasan ito, lalo na one example was given, no, na yung pagpunta niya doon sa, while going to the procuring entity, biglang umulan, nabasa yung envelope niya, then dapat talaga i-distract na lang yung envelope niya, yung first envelope niya. So yun nga, so inilagay sa panibagong envelope na hindi not properly sealed and properly marked na, no, kasi magiging late na siya sa submission and opening of bids. And also, nangyari ito dahil may mga bidders dyan na okay, let's now talk about the date of submission, no, of receipt of bids, no. So date of submission should not be later than the following periods from the last day of posting of instruction to bid or posting of invitation to bid. So for goods, 45 calendar days, no, infra, ito yung mga figure na nandoon sa flow, no, so ito yung mga other than 30 calendar days, so ito yung mga maximum, no. So for goods, hindi sila dapat maglampas dito, no, sa mga time na ito. So for infra, 50 calendar days, kung below 50 million, then 65 calendar days for above 50 million, then consulting services, 75 calendar days. Now, in case of submission of in case for bids submitted electronically, the PA shall generate bid receipt page, no, for the official time of submission, which can be saved or printed by the bidder upon receipt of the first and second envelope. So, nandiyan doon ito sa GPPB Resolution ng 09/2020. So, under pa din sa submission and receipt of bids, these are the requirements pa rin, no? So, in case of modification of bids, nag-modify yung bidder, no, dahil tingin niya yung kalaban niya makakaya niyang talunin kung maglagay siya ng panibagong presyo. So merong allowed yung modification of bids, no, but we have this condition, no. So it should be before the deadline of submission of bids, of course. Then bidder shall not be allowed to retrieve its original bid. So kung nakasubmit na siya doon, di na niya pwedeng kunin yun, yung original bid, no? But he has to submit new bid equally sealed, properly identified, linked to its original bid and marked as a modification. So hindi na niya dapat kunin yung original bid, so magbigay lang siya ng panibagong bid envelope, then should be marked modification, no? Then withdrawal of bids. So letter of withdrawal must be received prior to the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. So for bids withdrawn within the interval between the deadline and expiration of bid validity, the bid security shall be forfeited. So for electronic bid submission, bidders shall send another bid equally secured, properly identified in public immediately after the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. So take note, no, dito sa word na immediately, no? So it should not be later, no? It should be immediately. Or submit, so open agad, no? After the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. So requirement, no, for the opening of the first envelope should be, we have the criteria on presence or absence. Then checklist of, we should provide checklist of required documents. However, itong checklist of required documents, no, it is already included in the Philippine Bidding Documents 6th edition, no. So hindi na kayo gagawa nito, nandoon na yan, provided na yan sa Philippine Bidding Documents 6th edition. But only for goods and infra, kasi yung consulting services wala pang silang 6th edition. So then importante kasi itong checklist, no, this is to para ma-properly guided kayo sa mga isinasubmit ng mga required documents, no. The non-discretionary pass-fail criterion. So if ever there is a missing document, required document, so automatic failed na yan. But if ever ba meron kayong makita na certain data doon na halimbawa expired na, so might as well consider that failed, no, right away. Kasi kung ipapasar pa yan, tapos doon sa post-qualification, madi-disqualified na naman yan. So might as well, doon pa lang sa opening, makita na namin merong mga discrepancy, so pwedeng doon na lang, no, i-consider fail. Then second envelope, sa only second envelopes of bidders whose first envelope was rated pass shall be open. So kung nag-fail siya, hindi na i-open yung second envelope. So ranking, no, only bidders whose first and second envelope were rated pass and will be ranked as read. So in the opening of bids submitted electronically, so password shall be disclosed by the bidders during only during the actual bid opening. Nandito pa rin tayo sa opening and preliminary examination bids, no. Then in case of the submitted bids cannot be opened as scheduled due to justifiable reasons, no, then might be hindi maka-constitute ng quorum. Then may mga intervening mga activities yung back member, or nagkaroon ng biglaang circumstances na hindi natin makontrol, no, then the BAC shall issue notice of postponement, no. It should be rescheduled on the next day or at the soonest possible time, and the BAC shall take custody of the said bids, no, received. Then post in the PhilJEP's website. It should be posted in the PhilJEP's website and website of the procuring entity concerned. So what are these technical components, no? So these are the eligibility requirements and technical requirements. So under eligibility requirements, we have Class A documents, composed of legal, technical, and financial documents. Then Class B, joint venture agreement. For technical requirements, we have bid security, project requirements, and omnibus sworn statement. So let's discuss, no, these eligibility requirements first, no. So Class A documents, under the legal documents, we have the PGF Certificate of Registration, Platinum membership, now, or SEC Certificate of Registration, the Mayor's Permit, Tax Clearance, Audited Financial Statement. Now, bakit or yan? Kasi itong PGF Platinum membership, in the second page niyan, meron niyang mga validity naka-indicate ang validity period ng mga documents like mayor's permit, then tax clearance. Now, if ever na yung mga na-submit na platinum membership, yung for example, yung mayor's permit doon expired na, so he has to substitute it with a kanang valid or updated accepted mayor's business permit, as well as tax clearance, Then class A documents. For technical documents, we have statement of all ongoing contracts, statement of single largest completed contract, valid pickup license. Then ngayon, kung mag-joint venture ang mga contractor for a certain project, so dapat mayroong special pickup license, Then statement of the consultant specifying its nationality for consulting services. Then for financial documents, we have net financial contracting capacity, NFCC, or credit line commitment for goods. Then class B, in case of joint venture agreement entered into by the parties. So meron tayong mga requirements dito for mayor's permit, recently expired mayor's permit, mayor's or business permit shall be accepted together with the OR. So OR ito ng mayor's permit na bago, Then the renewed permit shall be submitted as a post-qualification requirement in accordance with Section 34.2. Then for tax clearance, submission of BIR receipt for renewal of tax clearance will not suffice in lieu of a valid tax clearance requirement. Then submission of provisionary tax clearance issued by the BIR for bidding purposes is not acceptable form of tax clearance. Then statement of all ongoing government and private contracts. So these are the statement of the bidder of all ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started, if any, whether similar or not similar in nature and complexity to the contract to be bid. Then the statement shall include all information required in the bidding documents. So kadalasan ditong statement of all ongoing projects, statement lang, hindi na magbibigay ng mga supporting documents, like contract. So only statement lang, But yung mga sa table, merong mga required data yan, like the amount remaining, and also the completion of the project, para malaman natin kung meron bang negative slippage, na na-incur yung contractor. Supplies or equipment, like mga heavy equipment, dapat yung single largest contract niya is 50%. Then merong required yan, na for several years, a number of years, required yan sa instruction to bidders. So for expendable supplies, 25% of the EBC ang required na single largest completed contract. Halimbawa, 1 million, 10 million, merong 10 million worth na na IT equipment na bibilhin. So kung IT equipment, considered na non-expendable yan, no? So dapat, yung single largest completed contract niya is 50% of the 10 million. Dapat meron siyang at least 5 million na previous single largest completed contract, let's say, for the past 2 years, no? Dahil kung ang sinampit niya na single largest completed contract is below that 5 million, so he will be considered as disqualified, no? So with this general rule on goods, no, the procurement of goods, so mayroong exceptions, no, if at the onset and after market research, then applying the general rule will likely result to failure of bidding or monopoly, no? Baka magiging mag-fail, no? So then require at least, ito yung mga remedial measures, no? Require at least 2 similar contracts, aggregate amount at least equivalent to required percentage, and largest of the similar contracts amounts to at least 50% of the required percentage. So to illustrate, meron tayong example dito, no? So granting na yung ABC on how to apply this exception, no? So granting we have an ABC of 1 million, then the general rule is 25% of the ABC, no, in case of expendable goods. So yung previous contract should be at least 250,000. 25% of 1 million is 250,000. Then the aggregate amount of at least, so this particular bidder has 2 contracts, no? So first contract is 100,000, then second contract is 200,000. So applying the exception, so the aggregate amount of at least 2 similar contracts is at least equivalent to the required percentage. So yung aggregate amount ng dalawang contract is 300,000. So more than yan sa required percentage na 250,000. And second exception is the largest of the similar contract amounts to at least 50% of the required percentage. So yung required percentage is 250,000. So yung second contract niya is, so yung 50% ng required percentage is 125,000. So since ang second contract niya is 200,000, which is higher than the second exception, so this bidder applying this rule, no, is qualified. So the same application can be made for non-expendable goods. So next is the statement of single largest completed contract for infrastructure projects naman. The single largest completed contract completed should be similar to the contract to be bid or has the same major categories of work. So meaning nito na kung ang project is completing project, so dapat yung isasubmit niya na SLCC is concreting din, hindi other type of infrastructure projects, no? So kung concreting, dapat concreting is-submit na SLCC, hindi buildings or flood control. Then the SLCC's value should be at least 50% of the ABC to be bid. Then upon adjustment to current prices using the PSA consumer price indices. Then contractors under small A and small B categories without similar experience on the contract may participate if the contract of the cost of the contract to be bid is not more than the allowable range of contract costs for ARCC of their registration. So yung mga, if ever a small A or a small B category contractor, no, na yung experience niya, mayroon siya experience na concreting, tapos yung project at hand or proposed project is a building. So kahit wala siyang experience na building, pang roads lang siya, pwede siyang sumali provided na yung contract cost to be bid is not more than the allowable range of contract cost. Itong allowable range of contract cost, dito na-determine no, kung mayroon itong table ito, hindi lang ako meron itong table na makikita ninyo dyan kung i-compare doon sa pickup license, no, yung registration niya, kung halimbawa sa road is iba namang kategory, no, kung medium A siya sa roads, merong corresponding more corresponding amount na yun lang ang allowed na mag-enter into maka-participate siya. Halimbawa, kung ang medium A na road is for kung medium A siya na road, halimbawa 50 million ang allowable range niyan. So halimbawa yung project is 60 million. So hindi siya qualified, no? Dapat qualified lang siya doon sa should be not more than the allowable range, no, for him to enter into contract. Kasi nangyari dyan dito sa amin na yung project is 100 million, tapos yung nanalo na contractor is ang kaya niya is pang 90 million lang. So ang problema, dahil malapit na matapos yung project, saka pa na-discover, no? So yun talaga tignan. So hindi lang ako nakapag-share dito ng allowable range of contract cost. So, pero yung allowable range of contract cost, ang nagbibigay niyan is yung pickup, no, Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board. So meron silang yan. Kung ano yung kasi every now and then nagbabago kasi ano. So yung pickup valid for Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, yung pickup license na yung contractor dapat pickup merong valid pickup license, no, or for nag-joint venture sila, special pickup, secure sila ng special pickup license. So registration for the type and cost of the contract to be bid should be valid at the time of the deadline for the submission and opening of bids. So yung pickup license, no, dapat valid yun, no, at the submission and opening of bids. So non-acceptability of temporary pickup license, ito yung hindi natanggap, no. So temporary refers to the document issued by pickup to a contractor who has filed for renewal of pickup license before the 30th day of June, but have not yet been processed due to high volume of applicants. So audited financial statement, another financial eligibility requirement. So this is a very important, no. It should show the bidder's total and current assets and liabilities. Then it must be stamped received with the BIR. Then audited financial statement for the preceding calendar year, which should not be earlier than 2 years from the date of bid submission. Now, itong significance nitong mga data sa indicated sa audited financial statement, like current assets and current liabilities these are the values that you have to check, no, sa NFCC na isasabit ng bidder. I-compare ninyo kung yung current assets and current liabilities na naka-reflect doon sa NFCC, the same ba sa naka-reflect dito sa audited financial statement ng mga current assets and current liabilities. So another financial eligibility requirements is the for goods and infrastructure projects. Net, we have this is for goods and infrastructure projects. No, net financial contracting capacity should be at least equal to the ABC to be bid. So in FCC, we have this formula, no? So current assets minus current liabilities. So importante yun ang audited financial statement, no? Dahil kailangan dito sa NFCC, then times K, then minus the value of all outstanding or uncompleted portion of the projects. Under ongoing contracts, including awarded yet but to be started, then coinciding with the contract to be bid. Then yung K factor is set at 15, regardless of contract document. Then for goods, acceptable, and mayroon isang form, no, na financial eligibility requirements, which is the credit line certificate, which is equal to 10% of the ABC. No, kung infra, NFCC lang. Now for goods, either NFCC or credit line certificates, which is 10% of the ABC. Now, requirements for joint ventures, no? Kung mag-joint venture sila, there has to be joint venture agreement. Then, ang isa-submit nila, ito, applicable ito sa infra, no? So, to be submitted by all parties, so dalawang parties, so yung lahat ng legal eligibility documents or PGEPs, certificate of registration under platinum membership, then to be submitted by any of the parties kahit isa sa kanila, technical eligibility documents, then financial eligibility documents. So kung legal eligibility documents lang dalawa, pero pag technical and financial, kahit isa lang sa kanila, no? Pero kadalasan ito ang nagbibigay is yung may malaking experience, no, para sila makapasok talaga. Then for technical requirements, no, for goods and services, we have the conformity with the technical specifications. This is included in the Philippine bidding documents, section 7 of the Philippine bidding documents. This is the documents wherein the bidder will put in the column ka ng mga comply. Makikita niyo if ever you have seen this, no? Conformity with the technical specification, yung maglalagay sila ng comply na note, no, on the last column. So ito yung kailangan for them to submit, no, as one of the technical requirements. Then sa infra project requirements, we have organizational charge for the contract to be bid, then list of contractors, key personnel, then list of contractors, major equipment units. Itong list of contractors, key personnel, this is required in the bid data sheet, no? Ilalagay natin yan kasi merong portion dyan na ilalagay natin kung how many, what are the experiences of key personnel like project engineer, foreman, materials engineer, no? Kung ilang number of years lang yan. So that, i-compare natin yan kung mag-submit na sila ng i-compare natin dito sa submit nila na list of key personnel yung mga experience, no? As well as the experience and the educational, yung educational nila attainment. Then list of contractors, major equipment units, ito yung mga equipment units na naka-required in the bid data sheet, no? Then sa consulting services, Ito yung technical requirements, no? Now, these documents are very important, no, for the bid evaluation for consulting services. So, all of these documents, nandun ito sa Philippine Bidding Documents. So, as you can see here, no, merong methodology and work program. So these documents are necessary for the bid evaluation of the technical proposal of the consultant. So, bid security. So, every bid has to be accompanied with a bid security. So, this is to guarantee that the successful bidder shall within 10 calendar days from receipt of the notice of award enter into contract with the PE and furnish the performance security required. Then these are the forms. Now we have 2% of the ABC if it is cash or cashier's manager's check. Then we have the bid securing declaration. Then 5% of the ABC if it is surety bond pullable upon demand. So bid securing declaration, if it is to be if it is the one to be used by the bidders as his bid security, so meron namang panto. The form is provided in the Philippine Bidding Documents. Then look out lang kayo dito sa mga bagong provisions, no, dapat included na ito, no, like itong document undertaking signed by the bidder, no, committing to pay the corresponding fine. So itong nasa gitna na provision dapat included dyan. Kasi pag wala, it is a ground for disqualification, no. So maybe you will advise your bidder na just use the bid securing declaration form included sa Philippine Bidding Documents, no, na mga nila na issue ng procuring entity. So omnibus sworn statement, isa pa din ito na mayroon itong mga new provisions which has to be taken carefully, no. Kasi in our case, last month there are several bidders who got disqualified because they failed to use the forms of the omnibus sworn statement provided in the bidding documents. Kasi may mga bidders kasi na siyempre sali yung nagagamit nila ng mga forms is copy paste lang ba, no? Then not taken into careful consideration yung mga bagong provisions, no. Kahit nag-provide ka na ng forms, siguro marami talagang transaction na sinalihan, so hindi na nila nababantayan yung mga bagong provision na nandun sana sa bidding one of the forms na naka-enclose doon sa bidding documents. So doon sa during the PBID conference, might as well emphasize this one, no. The electronic bid submission, no. In case of electronic bid submission on the database, so the scanned copies of the first envelope with the required form shall be considered as compliant with the requirements of bid submission, then subject to submission of the original copies of the following. Then during post-qualification, they will submit their bid, the original bid security or bid securing declaration, then omnibus sworn statement. Non-submission of this form shall be a ground for post-disqualification, no, pursuant to Section 30.1 of the 2016 revised IRR. So, Ms. Kyle, another knowledge check.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
For our
Kyle,
third,
excuse me, pwedeng mag-kuhan muna ako, mag-break, kaya sandali lang. So, mag-health
uh, si-
break.
yes po, sir. After po ng knowledge check natin, we will take a 5-minute bio break.
Okay, sige.
Okay, sir. For our third knowledge check, the question is, procuring entities cannot add another requirement to nor delete any requirement from the identified list of eligibility requirements. Is this statement true or false? Sir, from our poll, 61% of our participants answered true. Is this the correct answer, sir?
Yes, the correct answer for this knowledge check is true. No? The procuring entity, yes, cannot add another requirement to nor delete any requirement from the identified list of eligibility requirements, no, under it is provided, no, under konito non-policy matter number 142-2015, no, which states that the PE are not allowed from requiring additional requirements. Then the list of minimum eligibility requirements under revised IRR of RA 9184 has been streamlined and simplified such that only those requirements enumerated in section 23.1, 24.1, and 25.1 of the IRR are necessary for purposes of determining bidders' eligibility. Okay, so hindi na tayo allowed, no, mag-delete or mag-add ng mga identified list of eligibility requirements. Okay, Ma'am Kyle?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much po for the explanation. At this point, we will be taking a 5-minute bio break. So after that, we will be resuming our session. Thank you so much po.
Yan ang ulam natin.
Wow! Adobong manok!
Mabango. Masarap. Subo na. Simulan sa sarsa.
Malasa!
Pasok ang lasa. Pero may isang hindi pasok. Matigas ang manok. Bakit kaya? Dahil pangit ang quality ng manok. Minadali pa ang pagluluto. Ay, sayang ang pera. Ba't mitikuloso? Tama?
Tama!
Ganyan din sa gobyerno natin. Gusto natin ng masarap na adobo. Matinong proseso na mula sa maayos na pagpaplano. Ang pagbili ng gamit ng gobyerno ay dapat nakaayon sa proseso upang matiyak ang pagbili ay sulit. Oo, huwag munang magkamot ng ulo. Madali lang ang procurement. Hindi ito komplikado. Kailangan lang ng masusing pagpaplano at pagsunod sa proseso na itinakda ng Republic Act 9184. Ang RA 9184, mas kilala bilang Government Procurement Reform Act o GPRA, ay ang batas na nagtakda ng tamang proseso sa pagbili ng mga pangangailangan ng gobyerno, kagaya ng supplies, mga equipment, at general support services. Bahagi ng proseso ng pagbili ay ang procurement planning. Dito, nagpa-prioritize ng projects ang mga ahensya para makamit ang kanilang goals sang-ayon sa long-term plan ng buong gobyerno. Kasama rito ang pagtukoy sa tamang specifications at budget para sa procurement project. Lahat ng napagdesisyon ng procurement projects ng isang ahensya ay ililista sa kanilang Annual Procurement Plan o APP kada taon. Anumang hindi nakalista sa APP ay hindi maaaring bilhin ng ahensya. Para masiguro ang matalino at wastong paggamit ng pondo. Para makasiguro na kumpleto at wastong lahat ng dokumento, ang ahensya ay magkakandak ng pre-procurement conference bago simulan ang pagbili. Mahalaga na malinaw ang pagkakasaad ng specifications and requirements sa bidding documents. Sunod dito ang paglalathala ng invitation to bid para hikayatin ang mga potential bidders na sumali sa procurement. Bago ang takdang araw ng pagsumite ng bids, magkakaroon ng pre-bid conference kung saan pag-uusapan kasama ang mga interesadong bidders ang lahat ng detalye tungkol sa proyekto. Ang mga interesadong bidders ay dapat palalahanan sa deadline ng submission of bids. Hindi kasi pwedeng tumanggap ng bid lagpas sa itinakdang petsa at oras. Tandaan na ang bid ay dapat na selyado at naglalaman ng dalawang hiwalay at selyadong envelopes kung saan nakapaloob ang mga required technical at financial documents. Ang technical envelope ay naglalaman ng mga dokumento na magpapatunay na eligible ang bidder na sumali sa procurement at ng kanyang technical na kakayanang i-deliver ang goods. Ang financial envelope naman ay naglalaman ng presyo na iniaalok ng bidder para sa proyekto. Isa-isang idadaan ng BAC sa simpleng pass or fail preliminary examination ang mga natanggap na bids para matukoy kung kumpleto ang mga dokumento at kung naaayon ito sa pamantayan. Unang bubuksan ang technical envelope ng lahat ng bidders. Kapag kulang o mali ang dokumentong nasa technical envelope ng bidder, hindi na bubuksan ang kanyang financial envelope. Ibig sabihin, tanggal na siya sa bidding. Kapag na-scrutinize na ang lahat ng technical envelopes, saka palang bubuksan ang financial envelopes ng mga nakapasang bidders. Laging tatandaan na hindi dapat mas mataas sa ABC ang presyo na iniaalok ng bidder. Anumang bid ang mas mataas sa ABC ay matatanggal rin.
Bakit?
Dahil ang ABC ang limitasyon ng presyo ng proyekto para masiguro ng gobyerno na hindi ito gagastos ng higit pa sa naibudget para sa taon. Sabi nga nila, spend within your means. Bubusisiin naman sa bid evaluation ang mga nakapasang bids upang, una, masigurong kumpleto at naaayon sa pamantayan ang mga impormasyon. At ikalawa, masigurong hindi labi sa ABC ang presyong ini-offer ng bidder. Pagkatapos nito, ay irarank ang mga nakapasang bids mula sa pinakamababang presyo. Ang pinakamababang bid ang tataguriang lowest calculated bid o LCB na isasalang sa post-qualification.
Post-qualification?
Ito ang proseso kung saan sinusuri ng BAC o ng Technical Working Group ang mga dokumento at impormasyong isinumite para matiyak na lahat ay tama at nasa ayos. Sinusuri rin ang mga nakaraang kontrata, pasilidad, produkto at pati pinansyal na katayuan ng LCB para masigurong kaya nitong i-deliver ang goods.
Bakit?
Dahil sa ganitong paraan, masisiguro ng BAC na ang mananalong bidder ay hindi lamang basta mababa ang presyo, kundi ito ay technically qualified. Kapag napatunayan sa pagsusuri na ang LCB ay nakapasa sa legal, technical, at financial requirements, ito ay tatawaging bidder na may lowest calculated responsive bid o LCRB na irerekomenda na gawaran ng kontrata.
Ah!
O ayan, ang proseso proseso ng procurement sa gobyerno ay kasing dali lang ng pagluluto ng adobo. Kapag naplano at nahanap ang tamang sangkap, malamang walang palpak. Sa ganyang paraan, walang nasasayang. Tiyak na best quality at the best price ay swak na swak. Approve?
Approve!
Okay? Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's proceed, no? So, nasusundan pa ba ako? Kasi dapat maging productive tayo ngayong morning, no? With our discussion. And my output for this production is your understanding of the subject matter, no? Kasi sasayang lang ito, yung discussion natin kung hindi natin susundan. Although, okay lang ba yung pacing? Kung kasi okay, no? So I hope no na nasusunod kayo, nasusundan ninyo ako, at kung meron kayong hindi hindi you want clarification, I just kanang sa after my discussion, you can just ask question. Okay? So what I need now is your understanding on our subject matter. No? Okay, so opening and evaluation of second envelope for goods and services. We have for the financial component, bid form, and then applicable price schedule. Now, dapat ito yung gagamitin ng mga bidders, no? Itong applicable price schedule. Now, this is included, no, in the 6th edition of the Philippine bidding document for goods, no. So ito dapat ang gagamitin nila, hindi yung kahit ano-ano na lang ang gagamitin, no, kasi based on my experience, no, yung doon sa doon sa technical requirements, doon sila naglalagay ng presyo. So hindi dapat dito mayroong prescribed form talaga, no, para ba pag during submission ng financial component, at least kanang maganda ang presentations ba, no? Kung magamit ng applicable price schedule as included doon sa Philippine bidding documents. So for infra, we have financial bid form. Again, nasa Philippine bidding documents ito. Ang wala lang sa Philippine bidding documents is the bid prices in the bill of quantities, detailed estimates, and the quarterly flow, and the cash flow by quarter. Although itong bill of quantities, one of the section ito sa bidding documents, pero ang wala pang standard form ito, no. Then actually, bill of quantities is the summary, no. It indicates the summary of the cost of a particular item of work, no. Summary yan. So naka-indicate dyan yung quantity, unit cost, quantity, description ng item. Halimbawa, kung ay item bituminous concrete pavement ba yan? Portland cement concrete pavement ba yan? Then times the unit cost on the total cost of that particular item. Now, if ever in your case, LGU, dahil mas maganda na sundin niyo yung sa DPWH, no? Kasi yun talaga yung maganda tignan, at saka meron kasi nakalagay doon yung in words yung amount. Now, this bill of quantities, no? I-explain ko lang na this is actually dapat ito consistent ito doon sa program of work or your approved budget for the contract, no? We call it approved budget for the contract, yung summary ba, no? Summary of costs. Dapat yung, halimbawa, an item of concrete pavement, mayroon siyang quantity na, let's say, 3,000 square meter. Dapat yung 3,000 square meter, ilagay na doon sa bill of quantities, no? Bill of quantities. Tapos, what the contractor just need to accomplish, to fill, is the unit cost on the total cost of a particular item. Now, that unit cost will be supported with these detailed estimates. Now, current detailed estimates, it indicates there the material, labor, equipment, and the indirect costs, as well as the BOT, no, needed sa pag-come up doon sa unit cost ng particular item. So sorry lang kayo, wala akong illustration, no? But I hope na you understand me on yung sinasabi ko na itong bill of quantities, importante talaga na consistent yung mga quantity nito doon sa program of work. Dapat consistent din yung mga items of work. Meaning, lahat ng mga items of work nandoon sa program of work, dapat present yon sa bill of quantities. Kasi mayroon kaming na-encounter na wala doon sa program of work pero nandoon na sa bill of quantities, so which should not be the case, no? So dapat mayroong action doon. Tapos detail estimation nga, no, naka-reflect doon yung mga material cost, equipment cost in detail talaga. Hindi yung lump sum lang. Halimbawa, concrete pavement, so ang mga material required doon is yung cement, Portland cement, sand and gravel, kabilya. Kasi if in case na magkakaroon ng mga variation order, kasi sa variation order, mayroong provision doon na ang bid price ng mga materials ang gagamitin sa pag-come up ng, halimbawa, may new item na mag-require din ng Portland cement, sand and gravel, so yun na ang gagamitin, no? At least mayroon na pagbabasihan for pricing for the variation order. Okay? So, for consulting services, so financial components, so nandun ito sa Philippine Bidding Documents, no? We have the financial proposal submission form, summary of cost, breakdown of price per activity, breakdown of remuneration, reimbursable, miscellaneous, etc. No? So we now go to the detailed evaluation of bids. So, yung detailed evaluation of bid, ang purpose to is determine the lowest calculated bid or highest rated bid, no? In case of consulting services, no? By establishing correct calculated prices of bids and ranking calculated total bid price from lowest to highest for goods and infra, and highest to lowest for consulting services. The method is a non-discretionary criterion shall be used, no, which shall include consideration of completeness of bid, then minor arithmetical corrections. So results shall be contained in the abstract of bids. Then timeline should be completed within 7 calendar days, no, from the deadline for receipt of proposal or submission of bid. So in case of discrepancies, no, during the conduct of the evaluation of bids, we have this bid price in figures versus bid price in words. So price in words may govern. Then total price per item versus unit price per item. Unit price for the item times quantity. So dito sa number 2 ka magagawa na ng calculation, no? Then stated total price, then actual sum of prices of component items. So unit cost in the detailed estimate, then unit cost in the bill of quantities. Okay, so yun na tayo dyan, no? So dito lang tayo sa bid evaluation ng consulting services. Katong diniscuss natin kanina na bid evaluation, this is for applicable for goods and infra, no? Pare-pareha lang yan sila. So dito sa bid evaluation ng consulting services is masyadong komplikado ito, pero ito i-discuss natin ito ngayon, no? So opening and evaluation proposals, the period for receipt of bids should be within 75 calendar days from the last day of posting the REI. Then a preliminary examination using the non-discretionary pass-fail criteria shall be conducted before the detailed evaluation of bids. Then actually yung bid evaluation of consulting services, there are two methods of evaluating bids, no? The quality-based evaluation, QBE, then quality cost-based evaluation, QCBE. Then the entire process from the proposal opening to submission of the bid evaluation results should not exceed 21 calendar days. Then what are the differences between QBE and quality cost-based evaluation? So QBE is used for complex or highly specialized assignments, no, for which it is difficult to precisely determine the TOR. Then the QCBE applicable in other cases. QBE considers only technical proposals in the ranking. So technical proposal lang yan, no? Although required din sila mag-submit ng financial proposal yung under sa QBE, but ang kinukonsider lang for evaluation is the technical proposal. Then for quality cost-based evaluation, considers both technical and financial proposals in the ranking. So, paano nangyayari ito? So, we have a process flow, no? For QBE, so submission of technical and financial proposals, then open technical proposals, evaluation and ranking of technical proposals, back recommendation for approval of HRB, then hope approval, disapproval of back recommendation, then notification of HRB for opening of financial proposal and negotiation, then opening of financial proposal, then negotiation. So after na negotiation, yun na, balik tayo doon sa standard process flow kanina na under consulting services, sunod na dyan yung post-qualification. Then sa quality cost-based evaluation, so submission of technical and financial proposals, then opening and evaluation of technical proposals, opening and evaluation of financial proposals. So makikita ninyo dito na na-open yung technical at saka financial. Then ranking and determination. Kung ma-open na yung both technical and proposal, yun, ini-evaluate na yun, no? Then this rank and determination of HRB. Then hope approval is approval of back recommendation. Then notification of HRB for negotiation. Then negotiation. So in the bid evaluation, there are two types. No, we have in the conduct of bid evaluation for consulting services. No, we have the individual evaluation and collegial evaluation. So under individual evaluation, this is the one. Each BAC member assigns numerical scores to a proposal ranging from 1 to 100, with 100 as the highest value. Then ratings are tabulated. The highest and lowest scores for each consultant for each criterion are disregarded to help eliminate bias. Under the collegial evaluation, so BAC members evaluate and decide as a group. No, rate is the consensus of the evaluators. So bidders should be furnished the results after the evaluation is approved by the HOPE. Results are also posted in the PILGEPS and website of the procuring entity. So ito yung mga posting requirement. So to illustrate the concept or the application on the evaluation of the bid evaluation of consulting services, no? So this is the sample individual evaluation process wherein each BAC member gives its rating, no? So we have this example, no? So we have evaluators A to E, then firm 1 to 5. So each evaluators give its rating, no, on the 4 different firms. So as you can see here, A gave 95 for firm 1, 75 for firm 2, then firm 3, 84. So it shows na masyadong pinapabor mo, nagpabor siya sa firm 1. No? So going back to that criterion, eliminating the highest and lowest scores for each consultant to eliminate bias. So dito kasi ang unang nanalo dito is ang rank number 1, ugat. By the way, yung magiging so how is the bid evaluation? What are the criteria for bid evaluation? So ito yung mga criteria, no? Quality of personnel, experience and capability, then plan of approach and methodology. Doon pa lang sa terms of reference, itong mga percentages nito nakalagay na yan, no, kung ano ang take note, no, the setting of the percentage, no, shall be indicated in the terms of reference. So the recommended weight for quality of personnel is 30 to 70. Then experience and capability 10 to 30. Then plan of approach and methodology is 20 to 40. So it has to be set that the total of this, the percentage should be set that the total should be 100, no? Ito yung mga range, no, ng different criterion. So dapat mag 100 ang total niyan. So how QCBE is computed? By the way, itong mga criterion, quality of personnel, so ang gagamitin ng BAC dyan, yung mga sinubmit na technical proposal, no? So one of which is the mga curriculum vitae, curriculum vitae of each consultant, then experience and capability ng consultant as a firm. Number 1 na ang naging highest rated bid, no? So So, yun nga, isa subject niya sa negotiation for pricing and iba pang mga like yung methodology, no, na in-offer. But in the case of, by the way, no, although ito na mananalo, nag-submit siya ng financial proposal din, yung quality, in case of quality-based evaluation, yung financial proposal niya dapat hindi rin maglampas doon. It should not exceed the ABC, no? Dahil pag nag-exceed ng ABC, fail na siya. Kanang disqualified siya. So, sa quality, in the case of quality cost-based evaluation, wherein we consider also the cost, the financial proposal, so this is how it is computed, no? It is computed with a combination of the financial and technical proposal. So, ito yung formula. So, SF is financial score equals 100 times F1, which is the lowest financial proposal. Then F is the financial proposal under consideration. And then the lowest financial proposal shall be given 100 points, no? Then other financial proposals are scored using the following formula. So, applying it, so in case granting, this is the different financial proposals of the firms. So, applying the formula, so 100 na siya dati. Applying yung formula, so 100 times, kasi yung 1 million, ito yung proposal niya, at saka yung 1 million proposal at hand. So, sa financial proposal, siya ang nanalo, no, yung firm 2 who got 100. Now, pag kinumbine na yung technical at saka financial, so ito na yung gagamitin na formula, no? So S equals to ST, technical score, times T is the given weight to the technical proposal. Then SF plus SF, financial score, then F is the weight given to the financial proposal. Now, saan galing itong 70 at saka 30? 70 for technical proposal at saka 30% for financial proposal, weight for the financial proposal. Now, these are provided, no, in the terms of reference. These are the mga values na decided to be set in the terms of reference. So, applying the formula, so itong 84, dapat 86 yan. So, ganito lang. So ito yung pag-compute, no? So, whatever the result, so i-rank mo ito with other firm from highest to lowest to get the highest rated bid. So, negotiations with highest rated bid. So, ito, pag na-determine na yung highest rated bids using quality cost-based evaluation, so magne-negotiate na, no? So, negotiation with the highest rated bid, negotiation with any one consultant shall be completed within 10 calendar days. So, impression ko lang, no, na itong consulting services, no, ang mahirap lang dito sa pag-evaluate is yung pag-determine ng dito yung mga score, no, using the criteria ng that services. It is only the formulation of the terms of reference which is very difficult thing to do. That is why you should hire good experts to come up with with a nice terms of reference yun na madaling maintindihan ng mga bidders. So, post-qualification. Dito na tayo sa post-qualification. So, ang purpose nito, so, yung kanina nag-bid evaluation tayo, we determine the lowest calculated bid, no? Lowest calculated bid. So nag-rank tayo doon from lowest to highest. So yung lowest calculated bid na determine natin. Tapos yung in case sa consulting services, highest rated bid. So from highest to lowest. So both the LCB and HRB will now be subjected to the post-qualification. No? It doesn't mean na sila na yung mga lowest saka naging highest, consulting sila na agad naman nanalo. So subject pa sila sa post-qualification. No? So to determine whether they comply and is responsive to all requirements and conditions as specified in the bidding documents. No? Then to be declared the lowest calculated and responsive bid or highest rated responsive bid. Now, method nito is a non-discretionary pass-fail criterion shall be used to verify, validate, and ascertain all statements and documents submitted by the LCB, and should be completed within 12 calendar days and for exceptional cases, 45 calendar days for goods and infra, and 30 calendar days for consulting services. No? Now, in the post-qualification, you need to check the legal requirements, no? Like the legal requirements, kung hindi ba ito, yung mga permits niya, yung mga licenses are still valid at the time of bidding. Tapos hindi ba siya blacklisted? No? You should see to it that he is not a blacklisted. He's not included in the blacklist provided by the GPPB. No? Then for technical requirements, yung tignan natin yung compliance 1,500 cc. No? Otherwise, that is the grounds for disqualification. As well as doon sa IT, merong mga processor dyan na dapat hindi siya mag-go below. Dapat doon within siya, dapat compliant siya doon sa minimum requirements. No? Now, for infrastructure projects, by the way, sa goods, dapat wala siyang delay in the partial delivery of goods amounting to 10% of the contract price. Dapat wala siyang delay sa delivery up to 10%. Then, sa infra, dapat wala siyang negative slippage of at least 15% or a negative slippage for at least 10% in each of the two or more contracts. Then failure of the contractor to commence repair works on ongoing contracts. Then failure of the contractor to commence repair works on contracts with pending certificate of acceptance within 30 calendar days. Then substandard quality of work. No? Dapat tingnan niyo din yung work niya, yung quality niya. Wala bang mga cracks yan? Wala bang yung mga previous, yung SLCC niya, yung previous project, wala bang mga cracks yan? Wala bang instead of concrete surface, naging asfalto na dahil tinapakan ng nag-correction ng asfalto. Wala namang asfalto sa plano, dapat concrete yan. So, if any of this kanang discrepancy, deficiencies present, so that's grounds for disqualification. And also, yung mga sinubmit niya na mga equipment, tingnan din yung buhay pa ba yung equipment na yan o meron ba talaga, kasi an equipment is very important in the construction. So kung wala siyang equipment, so magiging ma-jeopardize yung early completion ng yung completion on time ng project. So marami tayong titignan ng post-qualification. Dapat on guard tayo palagi dyan, no, sa post-qualification. Tignan din natin yung mga, kasi mayroong mga project, mga contractor dyan na simultaneous yung pag-attend niya. So tignan yung mga, yung NFCC niya talaga, no? Tsaka yung, kung i-combine mo lahat, kaya pa ba ng NFCC niya? So, sa post-qualification tayo nakakakuha ng best contractor, no? At saka qualified contractor. Sa bid evaluation, doon tayo nakakuha ng lowest price. Dito naman ng best, ng qualified bidder or contractor or supplier. Then, sa mga foreign bidders naman, no, within 10 calendar days from receipt by the winning bidder of the notice of award, the following documents shall be submitted before the contract may be awarded. Then we have the SEC certificate of registration of the foreign corporation consulting an authority or license from the appropriate government agency or professional regulatory board of the foreign professionals engaging in the practice of regulated professions and allied profession and where applicable. So, yun nga, after post-qualification, yung LCRB naging, yung LCB naging LCRB, yung HRB naging HRB, which means lowest calculated and responsive bid and highest rated responsive bid for consulting services. Then the BAC shall recommend award of contract at submitted price or calculated price, whichever is lower. This is section 34.4. Now take note dito, no? Kasi ibig sabihin nito, kung yung total niya, yung sinubmit niya, ang total niya is, let's say, 10 million. Tapos pag kinalculate ninyo, naging 10,100,000. Tapos naging, in spite sa increase yung submitted price niya, naging lowest calculated bid pa rin siya, but if naging kwan pa rin siya, naging he was post qualified. So hindi doon sa 10,100,000 i-award, kundi doon sa submitted price niya na 10 million, no, complying in accordance with this section 34.4, no, with this whichever is lower. So the BAC shall notify all other bidders in writing of its recommendation to hope of award of contract to LCRB or HRRB within 3 calendar days from the issuance of the resolution recommending award. So hope shall immediately so the hope shall have 15 calendar days, no, to approve or disapprove the BAC recommendation, the BAC resolution recommending award, no. So pag nagkaroon na ng HCRB or HRRB, gagawa na ng BAC resolution recommending award. So it has to be within 15 calendar days to be approved or disapproved by the hope. In case of approval, so the hope shall immediately issue the notice of award. So ang gagawa ng notice of award hindi na BAC, no? It is the hope, no? Hope, no? Remember na, no? Take note, no, na yung gagawa ng notice of award is the hope na, hindi na yung BAC. Ang BAC hanggang doon lang sa BAC resolution recommending award. So mag-issue ang hope ng notice of award to the bidder with the LCRB, HRRB. By the way, itong SCRB is single calculated responsive bid, then SRRB single rated responsive bid. So take note, no? So paggawa ng kuan ng resolution, so yung yung hope dapat 15 calendar days mag-approve or disapprove. Then the hope will immediately issue the notice of award. Then posting requirement. So ito naman, posting requirement para sa procurement monitoring report natin, no? So we have notice of award within 3 calendar days from the date of issuance of the notice of award to be posted in the bulletin board, pick up license, then posting of performance security, signing of a contract upon compliance with all documentary requirements, if required, approvals by higher authority. Then the procurement process from opening of bids to award of contracts shall not exceed 3 months. So 3 months lang, no? Yung from opening of bids to award of contract shall not exceed 3 months. Performance security. So performance security purpose is to guarantee performance of obligation by the LCRB, SRRB in such form and amount specified in the bidding documents. So failure to post performance security, it is a ground for disqualification. Next rank RCB, SRB shall undertake post qualification, then bid security shall be forfeited without prejudice to the imposition of sanctions. Then we have these different forms, no? So notice na hindi na yung percentage, hindi na percentage of the ABC, kundi percentage na of the contract price, no? Contract sa signing. So meron na siyang kuan. After complying all those requirements, no, within 10 calendar days, yung banggit kanina, so contract signing, then if ever require ng higher approval ng higher authority, so we have this, no, 20 calendar days for executive department, then 30 calendar days for GOCC. Then before we proceed to the next topic, let's have first the knowledge check.
Yes, sir. We are now down to our fourth knowledge check. The question is, where should procuring entities from the executive branch upload their advertisement and post-award information? Is it A, PhilJeps, B, PhilJeps and social media platforms of the PE, or letter C, PhilJeps official website and social media platforms of the PE? I would also like to take this opportunity to greet our Facebook Live viewers. I hope you are doing well, and you may also participate in knowledge check by inputting your answers in the comments section. Ayan, sir. I think majority of our participants have already inputted their answers. So based on this poll, 82% sir have answered letter C. Is this the correct answer, sir?
Yes, the letter C is the correct answer. It is under a new resolution, no? GPPB resolution number 04-2020, wherein the posting of procurement documents for post-award information and advertisement shall be posted in the PhilJeps agency official website and the social media platforms of the agency concerned. Okay?
Thank you so much po for your explanation.
Yeah.
Let us now proceed po to the last part of our lecture.
part, no? So let's now move on to the discussion, the notice to proceed, no? So pag na issuance within 7 calendar days from the date of approval of the contract, the agencies, the hope shall issue notice to proceed, no, to the LCRB. Then all notices called for by the terms of the contract shall be effective only at the time of receipt thereof by the successful bidder. So we now have again the posting requirement, no? So notice to proceed and contract, kasi kung mayroon ng NTP, mayroon ng contract yan. So within 15 calendar days, no, dapat from the date of issuance of the NTP, so i-post yan sa PhilJEBs, bulletin board, and the website of the agency. Then this is a new provision, no? So post-award information, no? Refers to the posting of award, notice of award, and to the notice of award contract. So it has to be posted, no, in the PhilJEBs agency official website, then social media platforms. It is under 04-2021. So ito yung sagot kanina doon sa previous knowledge check. So yung post award, no, dapat meron na sa social media platform kasama na. Then another posting requirement, mga bago ito, under GPBB resolution number 04-2020. So post-award information shall also be published once in a newspaper of general circulation for ABC of 50 million and above, no? So required na ang newspaper of general circulation advertisement, no? Basta 50 million na yung ABC. Then failure of bidding. So what are the conditions for a failure of bidding? No? So if there is no bids are received, bids were received but no one was eligible, all bids failed to post-qualify or refusal of the post-qualified bidder to accept award without justifiable cause. So if mayroong failed bidding, so we have this way forward actions, no? We have mandatory review shall be conducted by BAC. Then based on its findings, BAC shall revise terms, conditions, specifications. Nangyari yan sa amin, no? Kasi yung specification namin sa IT, hindi na, kasi yung IT kasi fast changing yung mga specs nila, eh. So yung specs namin hindi na available sa market, so nag-fail. So we have to revise, no, and conduct further market survey kung what are the available specifications para good ma-successful yung procurement namin. Then adjust ABC subject to required approvals. Of course, if upon revision of your specification, it might require adjustment. Okay lang kung hindi mag-change yung ABC, but if ever mag-change yung ABC, so meron ng mga approval kailangan dyan, no? More importantly, kung mag-increase, so you need additional budget for it, no? Then of course, rebidding, then re-advertisement. Then cancellation of, we have now another provision, new provision, cancellation and termination of procurement activities. So under GPP Resolution 09/2020, no? So if the physical, we cancel and terminate procurement activities if the physical and economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the end user unit. Then second, the project is no longer necessary as determined by the end user unit. Then the source of funds for the project has been withheld or reduced through no fault of the PE. Then brought about by the declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restrictions. So we have reservation clause provided. So HOPE reserves the right to reject any and all bids. So declare a failure of bidding, not award the contract. If there is a grounds for prima facie evidence of collision, BAC is found to have failed in following the prescribed bidding procedures, and for justifiable reasons, the award of contract will not redound to the benefit of the government. Either physical and economic conditions have significantly changed, then project is no longer necessary, source of funds for the project has been withdrawn, reduced. So last knowledge check, Ms. Kyle.
Yes, sir. We are now finally down to our last knowledge check for this session, and the question is, which is a valid ground for the cancellation of procurement activity by the PAC under GPPB Resolution number 09-2020? Is it A, change in management, B, unavailability of these website, social media, and PhilJEP's website, C, brought about the declaration of a state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine and similar restriction, or D, none of the above?
Dapat perfect na dyan.
Yes, sir. Patapos na tayo eh. Sana po ma-perfect na po natin, no?
Mahabang discussion din eh.
Yes, sir. This is really the meat of the discussion po, no? Sana po talaga nakikinig po intently ang ating mga participants. I think, sir, we have the majority of our participants who have inputted their answers, and majority answered letter C, brought about the declaration of state of calamity or implementation of community quarantine or similar restriction. Tama po ba yung sagot nila, sir?
The answer is letter C, no? Letter C. So, kadi-discuss lang kanina, no, na yung valid ground for cancellation of procurement activity is brought about by the declaration of a state of calamity, no, or implementation of community quarantine or similar restrictions, no. So, isa yan sa grounds for cancellation of procurement activity. Okay, Ms. Kyle, so hindi rin na perfect, so next time.
Better luck next time po sa ating mga participants. Meron pa po bukas and Friday. So sana po ma-perfect na po ng ating mga participants, no? All right.
Okay, so that is my last last slide before we have this knowledge check. So kung may question, mayroon naman may mga question naman, Ms. Kyle, no?
Opo, sir. Sir, all right, that ends our discussion proper for today's learning session. That was Engineer Christopher Y. Ursal of the Commission on Audit Regional Office 7. And again, thank you very much, sir, for leading an in-depth discussion on the standard bidding procedures for goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services Of course, we would like to thank our participants for actively participating in our knowledge check portion, and congratulations to our knowledge check winner. At this point, we will be having a 5-minute break before we proceed to the open forum. Thank you very much. All right, sir, at this point, please be reminded that questions are filtered as our speaker shall only be answering the questions related to our learning session. Once again, let us have our resource speaker, Engineer Christopher Y. Rizal. May I also request our technical team to please flash the first question. So, sir, the question is, in the procurement of medicine, CPR and CGMP are included in the other requirement. Dapat po ba nakasama lahat na bidded medicine na may CPR sa listed product ng manufacturer nito?
O dapat kasama yan kasi requirement yan sa mag-procure ka ng ng medicine, yung certificate of product, ano yung R nito? Kasi ito CPR required yan, dapat kasama yan. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For our next question, what about those projects, sir, na below 1 million na pwede nang walang pre-proc and pre-bid? It means 12 days lang from posting ay opening of bids na. Hindi the process including the NTP and effectivity will only take 24 days. Pwede po ba yun?
Hindi, dapat 26 days lang talaga yon, no? Yung it should not be, kasi the rule says na it should not be earlier than 26 days. So kung 24 days, hindi pwede yan, no?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much po. For our next question, regarding po sa recommended earliest possible time, both sa goods and infra, Meron po bang ceiling sa total project cost para magamit ang 26 calendar days na total time for the procurement of projects?
Walang sinabi na total project cost no para magamit ang 26 calendar days. Pero kung sa infra kasi na malaki yung amount, depende kasi yan sa type of project no. Of course, kung roads lang yan, pwedeng roads kasi may mga roads na 300 million, mailangan lang ng mga ilang item of work. So, pwedeng madaling ma-attain talaga yung 26 calendar days. But for it is a vertical project no na matagal mag-verify, mag-estimate yung bidder or yung contractor. So I don't think kung kaya nila na makuha yung 26 calendar days if it is a complex and large magnitude na vertical project no. So depende din ito. So pero walang ceiling no sa total project cost, pero depende din yan kasi ang hope mo magdedetermine yan kung kailangan ba ng more than longer period no for the procurement of that project. Pero kung depende kasi yan sa complexity no sa nature ng project. Kung madali lang i-estimate, so like road project, so pwede 26 calendar days. Pero sa IRR walang sinabi na total project cost no. It provides only for a longer period depende sa complexity and nature of the project. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you po, sir, for the clarification. For our next question, ilang BAC members po ba ang kailangan present para makonsider na may quorum?
50% of the total number of BAC member. So if ever ang BAC natin is 7 kayo dyan, so dapat 4. Kung 6 kayo, dapat 4 din. No, 4 yung present. So ang rule dyan is 50% of the total number of BAC members, or including na dyan yung chairperson at saka vice chairperson. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much po, sir. For our next question, may we know who are the other approving authorities for infra projects amounting to 49 million aside from the mayor?
Sa LGU, wala akong alam no kung aside higher than the mayor, kasi dito sa sa mga corporations kasi like yung mga ports authority, meron yan 50 million, parang si Joseph Estrada nung na-encounter ko Pero with regards sa LGU, hindi ko alam kung ano yung approving authority ng mayor no regarding doon sa approval ng contract. So dapat tingnan yan tanong lang kayo ano ba yung appropriate one dyan. Pero nandun naman yata yan sa local government code, I think, no? Or sa DILG, magtanong kayo kung magkano lang yung approving authority ng mayor no sa amount ng project. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Kyle.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
For our next question, hindi po pa grounds for disqualification during bidding if the bidder offered a discounted total project cost in the invitation to bid, but the amount of TPC or the whole computation in the remaining documents like BOQ, detailed estimates, and S-curve is totally different or much higher from the discounted TPC written in the ITB. Kung hindi po siya grounds for disqualification, ano po yung magpe-prevail na TPC? And whichever amount po ba ang magpe-prevail in the event na hindi silang LCRB, doon na lang ba ilagay sa contract nila na they offered a discount and will be deducted from their final billing.
So offered a discounted total project cost in invitation to bid. Wala
Yes,
namang
sir.
wala namang ganun na invitation. Although sa invitation to bid, merong provision dyan for discounted no total price. Pero it still has to undergo yun kanang opening, submission and opening of bids, and consider lahat ng mga procurement process like eligibility, yung lahat dadaan pa rin no bago although included yan yung discounted no, yung discounted total price kasi meron ako na encounter na mayroon ng discount. Tapos yun ang pinagbabasihan talaga na bid price ng particular contractor, no? I think nakuha yung yes, in our practice, the BAC Secretariat send the documents to us through email or in a PDF form. Then we will sign there. Then it will be send no to the other BAC members. Yes, we allowed yan no. We are practicing that. Sa attendance, yung evidence niyan is yung kasi kami nagpapa-picture kami. 'Di ba pag nag-zoom kayo no, yung nag-picture taking. So yun na yung evidence ng attendance. Now for the signing of the documents, it is sent no to the BAC members kasi kami yung BAC secretariat namin papadala sila in all forms no, Excel, Word, tsaka PDF. Yes, allowed na yan yung pagsasign no ng documents.
Yes, sir. Also, I think you have discussed this po earlier in your presentation, no? BAC members can sign digital through a digital signature.
Yes.
For our next question, ilang days po kailangan after ng pre-procurement mai-post sa PhilJeps? May time po ba? Or right after the pre-proc, pwede na po mag-post?
Kung sana mai-post yung instruction to bidders, so siguro no. Hindi, kung right after sa pre-procurement, kung depende yan sa timeline kasi ng Senate ng BAC Secretariat no, as agreed and to be agreed by the BAC members no, yung timeline ng procurement activities. So after the pre-procurement, pwede nang i-post yan kung after the pre-procurement walang naging problema walang naging additional, walang naging comment doon sa bidding document, so pwede na yan. Anyway, yung time ng pagpo-post sa PhilJeps ng invitation to bid tsaka bidding documents, it is set man ng BAC Secretariat yan kung kailan. So kung sa tingin ninyo na kasi yung kasing mga date ng submission and receipt of bids, pre-bid conference, nakalagay kasi yan, naka-indicate kasi yan sa invitation to bid no. So if ever kung ang tanong ilang days po kailangan after ng pre-procurement may po sa PhilJeps. So ang tanong dyan, basta basta okay lang, no? After sa pre-procurement, walang kailangang pagbabago. So immediately right after bidding, may post sa PhilJeps yung invitation to bid at saka yung bidding documents. No, but kung may pagbabago, siyempre may babaguhin pa doon sa spec. So siyempre yung timeline, mababago na naman yan. Obviously. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much po. For our next question, bakit po sa PhilJeps ganito ang sabi pag nag-posting ako ng goodsman or infra, copy and paste ko pa lang po nito. Pre-bid date must not be later than or equal to the closing date.
Yun nga, tignan nyo talaga, dapat very careful kayo doon, no, sa paglagay ninyo, pag-set ninyo ng timeline sa procurement activity ninyo. Dapat you consider the 7 calendar days and the 12 calendar days, no? Kasi kung hindi kayo, kasi naka-automatic na yan sa PhilJeps yung mga number of days na yan, no? Kung if ever maglagay kayo ng earlier, hindi talaga tatanggapin yan, no? Kasi naka-default na sa kanila yan, no?
Yes, sir, no? At saka, I think po nakasunod po yung ating PhilJeps sa timelines po na nakalagay sa ating IRR.
Yes, so,
For our next question, what will happen po pag hindi na-post within 7 calendar days ang bid bulletin? What if na-post siya 5 days before ng opening of bids?
mag-issue na ang kwan dyan, mag-issue ng another bid bulletin. Another bid bulletin na naman. Kasi ang concern kasi dyan, no, is yung pag-prepare ng bid ng kwan. Kasi yung 7 calendar days, it is the most kanang acceptable na ba na number of days na maka-prepare yung bidder, no. So advice ko diyan is you make another ng bid bulletin, issue another bid bulletin naman na to move the opening of bids. To move the submission. Ano po?
May I remind our participants to please mute your microphones so we will not disrupt the open forum. Thank you po.
So, ang sagot ko dyan, no, na mag-issue na lang ng panibagong bid bulletin, no, to move the date for the submission and opening of bids. Kasi the IRR states na dapat within 7 calendar days, no, before the submission and opening of bids. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much po. For our next question, please. What if the bidder inserted a bid or discount amount on top of its bid amount? What will be the amount to be indicated in the contract?
It is the discounted amount. The discounted amount will be his bid now.
Tama po, sir, no? Opo. For our next question, please.
So yun na yung i-consider sa evaluation, yung discounted amount. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Regarding sa pass or fail criteria sa SLCC or single largest contracting capacity, what if the newly registered supplier sila and it is their first time to attend public bidding and they were the only supplier to attend and submit the bid documents during the opening of bids? Can the BAC consider them as the single largest completed contract?
What if
Parang nagkaroon po yata ng confusion regarding sa single largest completed contract.
Kasi itong single largest completed contract, single largest completed contract ito, hindi ito contracting capacity. Single largest kasi experience ang kino-consider dito eh. No?
Yes po.
So dapat talaga mayroon siyang track record, no? Kaya nga yung iba diyan nagpapa-joint venture para magkaroon siya ng experience, no? Or doon sila sa yung medyo maliit lang muna until na kasi yun nga sa goods 50%, no? 50% of the ABC yung requirement ng single largest completed contract. At least kung newly registered supplier, kailangan talaga ng single largest completed contract na 50% ng ABC. Yun yung requirement, no? So it might be doon lang muna siya sa private, no? Sa private company. What if newly just and submit bid document? Yung question kasi, no, single siguro ito single hindi it cannot be considered, no, the box. So dapat talaga yung mag-meet yung SLCC niya sa 50% of the ABC.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Parang po kasi refer din po nila yung attendance of the bidder to the bidding as part of the SLCC, which in part hindi pa po actually sila nakapag-complete ng kontrata.
Oo. Kasi na-mix up yung mga term niya no? Dito, consider them as single largest completed contract. So,
yes.
Kasi yung single largest completed contract, doon lang pa yan sa madidetermine na yan kung during the opening of bids na, no?
Opo, may nag-comment din po dito from our chat box, single bidder po siya, hindi po SLCC. Okay po, for our next question.
The single bid siya kung mayroon siyang SLCC na 50% of the ABC in case of non-expendable, no? 25% kung
relate
expendable, no? Okay. So dapat yung LCC niya dapat 50%, no, of the ABC. Okay, ito sunod.
Yes, sir. Related po actually ito dun sa tanong kanina, no? In SLCC, can the bidder indicate completed contracts with private individuals or entities?
Yes. Oh. Pwede naman yata. Ko lang ha. Sure ko lang.
Yes, sir. Sige po.
Kung ba? So it doesn't require here na government, no? Wala namang sinabi. So kung walang sinabi na exclusive for government contract, so pwede yung private contracts. Provided na, kasi may mga requirements din yan na yung certificate of acceptance, no? May mga requirements yan doon sa for the information regarding SLCC. So sa question na pwede ba ang private, so dito sa wala namang exclusivity na for government projects lang yung SLCC. Provided na it is just similar dapat, no? Similar to the project to be bid, no? Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you po for that answer. For our next question regarding po again sa SLCC, during the bidding of goods, ang BAC po ba ang magdetermine kung ilang years ang period or completed within the period na i-require sa mga bidders? O mayroon po bang constant na years or period na requirement? Specifically sa pagbibidding po ng goods. Paano po pag hindi na i-provide or naka-reflect sa bidding documents ang nasabing period? Ilang years po ang minimum na i-require sa bidders?
Sa practice namin, we set 2 years, no? We set 2 years. We set 2 years now. Regarding ditong naka-reflect sa bidding documents, yung naka-reflect yan, yung number of years required sa invitation to bid. Doon yan sa invitation to bid. Naka-reflect yan, no? Kung ilang kuan. Yung ilalagay, yung isi-set ninyo na number of years completed within the period. Nandun yan sa invitation to bid. Now, as regard to the kuan yun, mga ilang years, no, kung minimum, depende yan sa BAC kasi, no, depende sa BAC. Sa amin, wala naman kami pinagbabasihan na issuances, no, pertaining sa number of years completed within the period. Basta we set lang 2 years, depende siguro yan sa, so kung with that, kung naging failure yan, magiging failure yan, no? Gusto halimbawa, mag-set kayo ng 5 years, mabahaba na yung 5 years, no? Or let's say 1 year. So in case na magkakaroon ng failure bidding, so that's the time na i-adjust yun na yan for the rebidding. Pero regarding, so yung sagot ko dyan, no? Yung naka-reflect sa bidding documents, mayroong portion dyan, na kung ilan naka-blank yan, dapat i-build up yan. So, kung ilang years, walang standard na number of years. Nasa back yan sa pag-decide. Okay?
Thank you so much po. For our next question, what are the technical eligibility requirements for joint venture for infra projects below 15 million pesos?
So, yung na-discuss kanina, no, yung ibahin kasi natin itong technical and eligibility. So, yung eligibility requirements, yun yung yung PhilJeps, no, yung sa PhilJeps, yung sa legal documents pa, no, yung PhilJeps certificate, yung na-post ko doon sa kuan kanina, na-discuss. Saka yung technical requirements, yun yung mga SLCC, teka, tingnan natin. Yung SLCC, yung Statement of Completed Contract, Statement of Ongoing Contract, so i-differentiate natin, no, yung pag you talk about eligibility, ito yung PhilJeps Platinum para to determine kung legally legal. Of course, dapat mayroon silang for infra, mayroon silang joint venture, mayroon silang yung special pickup license, no, na pang joint venture. Pero walang amount yun. Okay?
Copy po, sir. For the next question, what if po newly registered supplier sila and they want to attend the public bidding considering the statement of ongoing private and public project and SLCC is none, yung dinagay nila. Tapos single bidder lang sila. Are they somehow eligible considering also that they committed that they can supply 100% of what the entity is looking for?
Kasi hindi naman kasi yun nga no, we have to go through the standard process no na tignan natin yung mga dokumento, yung mga sinubmit nila, mga required documents. So if ever nag-attend sila no, then bago pa lang sila. So dapat yung importante kasi dito yung SLCC. So kung wala silang maipakita, so they are not qualified. No, this is the only documents na would show na would determine kung qualified ba sila based on their experience. No, so itong statement of ongoing private and public project, pwedeng zero yan. Pwedeng zero yan. But yung SLCC dapat present yan. No? So, kahit single bidder pa sila, no? Hindi pwede sabihin na so sa kuwan lang yan, no? Siyempre, sa sundin natin yung process, no? So, pag submission and opening of bids. So, pag tingin natin dyan sa kuwan, yung pass-fail criteria, so meron siyang na-submit na statement of all ongoing private and public project. So, kung wala yan, kung blanco yan, so mas maganda, zero. But pagdating dito sa single large bid contract, tapos zero yan, so yan, fail na yun. Fail na dapat yun. Hindi na qualified siya for that bidding. No, so hindi pwede sabihin na kaya namang mag-supply 100%. So, hindi, dadaan muna tayo doon kasi hanapin na mag-i-evaluate yan eh. Ano bang single largest completed contract nito? Tapos wala naman. No, ay kailangan yan eh. Dapat 50%, no? 50% of the PBC yan. Okay?
Yes, sir. Tama po. For our next question, required po ba letter of intent from the prospective bidders?
Wala na lang. Hindi na required ang letter of intent from bidder.
Thank you po, sir.
Next, next ranking official for the vice chairman. Pero kung nasa lookout naman yan ng HUPE kung na-appointed siya as vice chairman ng procuring entity na yan, meaning he is qualified, no? He is qualified or he is merong sanction ng HUPE yan. Pero meron nakalagay dito na yung sa back composition na kung walang available na third ranking, yung next ranking official, dito yan sa section 11.2.2. Next lower rank pala. Pero imposible naman yan kung walang third ranking na kung in case sa LGU, lahat naman yan ng mga department head, mga third ranking yan sila eh. So ang dami niyan. So pwede isa dyan maging vice chairman. Kasi yung chairman dapat at least third ranking man, no? So it's very improbable ba na walang mag-vice chairman, but in case lang no yung sa composition ng back kung walang third ranking, yung next lower rank pwede din. Okay?
Thank you so much, sir. I think that was our last question. If you have more questions, you may still ask them out by visiting slido.com. And all you have to do is just type in the event code #governmentprocurementph, to which the GPPBPSO will answer through an issuance or through FAQs. At this point, we would like to thank again our resource speaker, Engineer Christopher Wyersal, for accepting our invitation and for extensively discussing all the questions raised during our session. And to our participants who actively participated all throughout the course of our program, thank you all very much. And again, for our winners, congratulations po, and please check your emails and or the Zoom chat box as our technical team shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special token. Now, before we proceed to the final reminders, allow me to provide a brief recap or bird's eye view of today's learning session. Today, we had an entire session on standard bidding procedures on goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services, where we had a comprehensive discussion on the different documentary requirements necessary for bidding, the bidding procedures, as well as the various procurement timelines that have to be followed for every procurement activity. Today's sessions are led by a resource speaker, Engineer Christopher Y. Ersal. By visiting the link provided by Event Secretariat through the Zoom chat box, rest assured that all the information you have provided shall be treated with utmost confidentiality, consistent with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. Finally, for our fourth session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. And we would like to request everyone to please log in at least 10 minutes before the program. Also, please be advised that we will be again using the Zoom platform with the credentials sent to you by our event secretariat. Finally, may we request everyone to please switch on your cameras to commemorate this learning session with our resource speaker, Christopher Y. Ersal. So let us have our groupie sir with 3 shots. For the first page on my screen, at the count of 3, 1, 2, and 3. For our second page, 1, 2, and 3. And for our last page, 1, 2, and 3. That's it. That concludes the third day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on the Government Procurement Reform Act, or the Republic Act 9184 S 2016 revised IRR. On behalf of the GPP BTSO, this has been your facilitator, Kyla Tionco. Thank you all very much. Keep safe and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, Sir Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you po, Sir Chris.
Thank you, Ma'am Jo. Thank you, Ma'am Jo.